Cool.
Hey.
So we're all here? Good. Good evening and welcome commissioners, participants, and interested parties to the November 16th, 2023 meeting of the Cohasset Conservation Commission. I'm Tom Bell, Chair of the Cohasset Conservation Commission, and we'll be running tonight's meeting as we implement the Massachusetts and Cohasset's Wetlands Protection Acts and the Cohasset Stormwater Management Regulations. Conservation Commission meeting is now in session and being held on the Zoom platform. If you have any questions for the commission, put them in the Q&A section at the bottom of the page. And when called, please limit your discussion to 3 minutes. You must include your name and address to be recognized. Present this evening on behalf of the Conservation Commission are our Conservation Administrator, Angela Giso, and Town Conservation Agent, Charlotte Pechtel. I'll now take a roll call of the Conservation Commissioners. Please respond by repeating your name and saying present. Will Ashton.
Will Ashton, present.
Kathy Berrigan.
Kathy Berrigan, present.
Eric Eisenhower.
Eric Eisenhower, present.
Tom Bell, present. Associate Commissioners, please state your name and say present when called upon. Valerio Romano.
Valerio Romano, present.
Okay, so we have a quorum of 4. 1, 2, 3, 4, yes. Looks like it. Oops, let me hang on 1 second. Sorry. Okay, moving right along. So tonight we'll hold 4 public hearings. Our first case is resumption of the public hearing for RDA 2323 at 4 Windy Hill, which is continued from November 12th. Charlotte, will you introduce our applicants?
Yes, so we have Greg Morse from Morse Engineering, and Greg, I don't see Sean, but if he jumps on, I'll promote him.
Great, thank you. Ready to begin?
Yes.
Great, thank you. For the record, Gregory Morse, registered engineer, Morse Engineering. I'm representing Ames Capital Partners tonight. Sean Richards being the builder, the applicant at the property at 4 Windy Hill. This was a request for determination of applicability in RDA that was filed after a show cause hearing. So this is a continued RDA hearing from 2 weeks ago. The changes at the site we felt were pretty minor. There was some grading in the front yard that was changed, and the biggest change was that there was a single retaining wall at the corner of Jerusalem Road and Windy Hill Drive. That single retaining wall was placed as a terraced wall. There were 2 walls constructed in its place. I'm going to do a share screen here and put up a plan that we submitted since the last meeting. We had updated our landscaping plan. At the last meeting, we had proposed in this location here 3 red maple trees to be planted along the top of this terraced wall area. The commission had asked that those be spaced out. As you can see, the revised plan has space to those 3 trees out along the top of that wall. These are the terraced walls 1 and 2, that wrap around this corner of the property as well. The wetland resource area is on the opposite side of Jerusalem Road. So this work is just inside the 100-foot buffer zone, which is that dash line that you see at the site. It is separated from the resource area by Jerusalem Road itself. This is an area that was originally approved to be disturbed and graded as landscape and lawn area with the original approval. I'll turn it over to you.
Thanks. Commissioners, comments, questions? I guess not. Thank you, Mr. Morris. We appreciate the new potential canopy along Jerusalem Road that will replace the illegally cut trees done by the previous owner, which upset everybody in the neighborhood, of course.
Yep.
I want to make another comment that we have been seeing a number of issues come up where there have been deviations from approved plans. And I know that you guys aren't exactly project managers of this. The general contractor is, and we're starting to see quite a few deviations. And of course, that creates problems for everybody. And certainly, I took a look at the improvements, which I would consider improvements, of adding that second wall, which to my mind added additional storage for the runoff. And so had that not been the case, I think I might have argued that tear it down. So this was a very dicey move by the contractor. I'm not admonishing you at all, Mr. Morris. I mean, but the contractor, I would hope, is listening to this and takes changes to his plan seriously enough to bring them before us so that we don't have to go through this again. With that, does anyone care to offer a motion here? Okay, so I'll make a motion to close the public hearing and issue what are we going to issue here? We have a number on this. It says positive or negative, sorry.
Positive would be you need a notice of intent. Negative would be you do not need a notice of intent. And then if you say no conditions, it would be a -3 without conditions and a -6 for the bylaw.
Okay, so I feel that this is kind of the end of this, and it has satisfied at least me that the final construction is acceptable and the planting of the trees is acceptable. So I guess we're giving a negative determination of this, Charlotte. Is that
-3 for work in the buffer zone that will not require
Right.
the filing of a notice of intent with or without conditions, and then a -6 for the bylaw.
Yeah, okay. So the motion is that we will issue a negative determination with the conditions of 3 and 6 for RDA 2323. Do I have a second?
Second.
Roll call vote. Will Ashton,
Will Ashton, aye.
Kathy Berrigan,
Kathy Berrigan, I.
Eric Eisenhower,
Eric Eisner, aye.
Tom Bell, aye. That passes 4-0-0. Thank you.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Okay, next is a public hearing for NOI 2330. In accordance with Massachusetts General Laws, Chapter 131, Section 40 of the Cohasset Wetlands Bylaw and the Cohasset Stormwater Bylaw, the Cohasset Conservation Commission will hold a public hearing on Thursday, November 16th, 2023 at 6:30 p.m. via remote participation on a Zoom platform for NOI 2330 at 573 Jerusalem Road. Charlotte, will you introduce our applicant?
So we have Greg Morse from Morse Engineering representing the applicants, and Greg, the applicants, Teresa and Joe Cadigan are in the audience, but they would like to stay there.
Great. Thank you. Yeah, again, for the record, Gregory Morse, registered engineer, Morse Engineering. This is a notice of intent for the property at 573 Jerusalem Road. I'm going to do a share screen and put a copy of the site plan up here for you to take a look at. Okay. Great. As you can see here, Jerusalem Road is at the bottom of the page. The property itself is represented by the dark black line, developed with an existing single-family home located right here, 573 Jerusalem Road. Off the page to the top, we have the edge of water right here, this dashed line representing Straits Pond. And immediately adjacent to Straits Pond, highlighted in blue, this is the edge of a bordering vegetated wetland, which comes up to a very well-defined channel that comes all the way up right to a drainage outlet pipe at Jerusalem Road. The proposal with this notice of intent is to take the corner of the house where there's an existing covered deck and an existing open deck, and to convert those into finished living space. the proposal would be to take those existing sonotubes under the deck and replace them with a total of 6 new concrete piers. Those new concrete piers are what I've highlighted here. And then to construct over them the new finished living space attached to the house. We would be removing approximately 24 square feet of existing stairs at this location. Those would be removed. It would be no change in footprint. The footprint that you see right there is 391 square feet of deck space. At its closest distance, it's 15 feet away from the edge of the bordering vegetated wetland. To mitigate this, we've proposed a 1.1 to 1 mitigation ratio. These green highlighted areas here and here would be restored with native plantings and wetland seed mix adjacent to the BVW area. All of this location is currently lawn surface. I'm going to put up a picture of the site as it exists today. Can you see the picture?
Not yet.
Not
No.
yet. Okay. Bear with me 1 second. Okay, so you can see in the foreground here, the stones here, this represents the edge of the bordering vegetated wetland. That is that channel that comes down into the BVW. This is existing lawn surface on either side of the BVW. You can see this here is the existing deck. This is the covered portion of the deck. This is the open portion of the deck. You'll see that the deck is currently existing on sonotubes with piers that come down to the ground surface. So it's that exact footprint we would replace with finished living space. Those sonotubes would be removed. A total of 6 new concrete piers would be put into its place. There'd be no change in the topography of the land. The land would slope in the same general direction. Underneath the addition on the ground surface here, we would be placing 8 inches of crushed stone. 8 inches of crushed stone. Interior of that, we would have a roof gutter on the addition, which would discharge into the crushed stone so that any of the roof runoff is infiltrated on the surface of the ground. I'm going to put back up a copy of the site plan. Around the work, we have this bold line. This represents the limit of work, which would be an erosion control barrier. I'm going to turn it over to you for questions, comments.
Commissioners, any comments, questions?
Yeah, I'm Greg, Eric Eisner. Currently, the area underneath the deck, is that considered pervious or non-pervious?
I would consider it a pervious surface. You know,
Currently.
water can get through the deck and it can go into the ground.
Yeah, so you will be creating more impervious resulting from your project.
Well, the deck here it's elevated up in the air pretty significantly with the first floor elevation. And underneath this finished floor area, we're not enclosing it. We're not pouring a slab or a foundation. We're going to put down crushed stone. The roof area for the addition, we've directed to a gutter, which would then discharge into the crushed stone under the addition itself. So I would argue it still is a pervious surface. The roof obviously is not, but it is open to the weather underneath, and we are directing the roof water under the addition to be infiltrated into the ground there. And then that area being 391 square feet, you know, we're hoping is offset with the plantings as well. We have 440 square feet of plantings along the edges of that BVW, where, as you saw in the photo, there is no buffer to that BVW right now. It is lawn right up to the edge of it.
Where exactly will the roof drains discharge to, if you zoom in there to your existing deck and pergola.
Yeah, so I don't have the location of the roof drain shown on that, but we did provide a detail on the side here. Showing that, in the left side of this detail, we have a 4-inch PVC pipe which connects to the downspouts. So the downspouts would be coming down the side of the building, adjacent to the posts and the concrete pilings holding it up. And those 4-inch PVCs would be within this crushed stone envelope underneath the building itself, creating essentially a leaching bed to infiltrate that roof runoff.
So there is a slope underneath the proposed addition. And are you going to discharge the roof drains to the top of the slope?
Yes, we could make that more clear that they're to the top of the slope.
Okay. So there's plenty of room there for the discharge and infiltration. It's going to go through that gravel bed and infiltrate.
Yes.
Could you tell us a little bit more about the proposed native planting?
Sure.
Is there a landscape architect involved here, or is this something that you guys are going to?
There wasn't a landscape architect involved on this. What we specified, we put a general note here that we would be doing shrub level, picking those from your plant list. But we did not, and then in between those shrub plantings, we would be just doing a New England Conservation Wildlife seed mix.
So presumably with a heavy mix bias towards sedges, it is pretty wet there.
It's at this location, I don't think it's very wet along the embankments of this BVW because it's on a pretty good gradient.
Mm-hmm. All right. Any other questions, Commissioner?
Yeah, Greg, could you put the drawing of the construction area back so we can see it?
Yes.
Could you take some time and tell us the method and the scope of the construction? It's all because it's all in the 50-foot zone here. Could you review
Yes.
that for us, please?
Sure. So the first item would essentially be installation of the erosion control barrier, which is this black dashed line here. After that is installed, the next would be to go in and remove the existing deck, remove the existing sauna tubes, and then to excavate for the new concrete footings. The new concrete footings would be dug with a mini excavator. So a relatively small machine. These are 2 foot by 2 foot footings in the ground, and then coming up out of the ground is a 12-inch by 12-inch piling that comes up to the elevation of the new deck. So those footings would be placed with a mini excavator, and then it would be wood frame on top of that to construct the new addition. Those footings get backfilled, and then prior to the addition being built on top of that, we would probably place the crushed stone, while there isn't structure above it. The access for that, would be in this location here. It would be the shortest path from Jerusalem Road. It's within the limits of the erosion control barrier. I see the need essentially for one smaller dump truck load of crushed stone to be brought to the site for under the deck, probably a 6-wheeler worth of crushed stone, and then again a mini excavator to dig those footings. Other than that, there's really no other heavy equipment, and there's no change in the grade. This is lawn surface right now. It would be, restored with lawn surface if it needed to be.
Greg, how would you change the project if we told you we didn't allow mini excavators and dump trucks in the 50-foot area?
How would I change it? Well,
Because I personally would be unlikely to vote in favor of allowing any sort of dump trucks full of gravel or mini excavators to push through the protected 50-foot area, which is a no-touch area for the most part. And I understand you have something already there, but it's just a question of how you're going to be treating the remainder of the 50-foot area that you'll be going over. So,
Sure. So, you know, mini excavators are great pieces of equipment. They are small. They come in all different shapes and sizes. The buckets come in different shapes and sizes. They're almost all on tracks. They're very low ground pressure. They can go across a lawn like this without leaving a footprint, no trace behind them where they traverse. To excavate these footings with a mini excavator is probably about a day-long project to dig the hole for the footing, to place the footing, and backfill it. It's about a day. Without the use of a mini excavator, you'd be talking about doing this job by hand. Someone going in with a shovel certainly can dig a hole 4 feet deep. That's doable. But to do 6 holes 4 feet deep, 2 foot by 2 foot, the holes are going to be exposed for a much longer period of time. It's further subject to erosion if you do that. It's not the most efficient way to do the job. I wouldn't say that it's the most beneficial to the wetlands having it exposed for a long period of time either. I'd rather go in with a specialized piece of equipment for a job of this size and get it done sooner and quicker. As far as bringing crushed stone to the site to install for the drainage under the addition, you know, we could park the truck in the driveway and bring it in 1 wheelbarrow load at a time. That's not a problem. If the commission wanted that, we certainly could do that. You know, dump trucks travel throughout Cohasset in very close proximity to wetlands without erosion control barriers on a daily basis on all of the roads in town. One load across this driveway or across this lawn while an erosion control barrier is in place, I don't think would have a detrimental effect to this BVW. But I leave that up to you.
well,
We can.
to me, the issue is not the detrimental effect of the BVW. It's the detrimental effect to the area, the 50-foot buffer zone. The soil will be compacted, compressed, pushed down. The drainage and infiltration will be a lot less. If you want to do that, I'd probably actually have to go in and dig the whole thing up again and make it return the original porosity to the soil, which is probably something you don't want to do. In general, I don't think we allow this type of activity in the 50-foot. So for me to support the project, I'd like to hear about, to talk about you using manual labor, hand tools to do it, rather than bringing in mechanized bits of equipment. So, because it is the 50-foot area, and our job is to guard and protect the buffer zone.
I understand that. I think the purpose of a buffer zone is to provide vegetation so that you get filtration of storm water before it gets to a wetland. I see a buffer zone as providing wildlife habitat. I see it as providing a food source. This 50-foot buffer zone is entirely manicured lawn surface. It provides extremely little wildlife habitat. Running either a mini excavator over it or 1 truckload of crushed stone, I don't see would have any impact to those interests that I just identified. Is there a specific interest in the 50-foot buffer that you would think would be impacted by the use of a mini excavator? I guess is my question, because this is an existing lawn surface. This is not a virgin 50-foot buffer zone. I think there's a distinct difference.
Mr. Morris, you described mini excavators coming in many sizes and shapes. I'm wondering if you're are going to use one that's not a ride-on one, but more, the bicycle handlebar type where the operator walks behind it. Is that what you're proposing? Or is that too small to actually hang a shovel on the end to dig those?
No, this would be one that someone would sit on.
Okay.
For sure.
And so I guess I wonder whether the that excavator could be used to transport the gravel from the dump truck and have a lighter footprint, if you will.
It absolutely could.
Doing the
if you-
gravel, so it lies somewhere between wheelbarrow work and actually backing a truck down there and tipping the gravel onto the site.
It absolutely could, if the dump truck was parked in the driveway, a machine could be used to bring it around the side. I would say though, with an excavator, you don't want to be turning 90 degrees. So you're not
Right.
going to want to come from the backyard, turn 90 degrees and go across the front yard over to the shell driveway. The crushed stone in wheelbarrows is a much easier thing to do, I think, than traversing it with an excavator. And a mini excavator's bucket is in many cases smaller than the capacity of a wheelbarrow.
Yeah.
So I think you would wheelbarrow the crushed stone. That's the way I would see it done. But excavating it with a mini excavator is the way to excavate those sonotubes.
Okay. So it sounds like that we probably could come to an agreement about how to do the gravel. That it still remains an open question, I think, about using the excavator to dig these. What did you say those footings were? 4 by 4 by 4?
They're 2 foot by 2 foot,
2 by 2 by 4 feet deep.
4 feet deep.
I see.
Can you show the foundation detail again?
Would it be maybe more practical to be using a motorized auger to drill those, and then square them off with the shovel?
Not typically in a location like this, because it's typically a glacial till. Typically there's rock and ledge present. A hand auger doesn't work that well in that type of scenario, just given the soil conditions in this proximity of town.
I have a little bit of experience with this on my own yard, which isn't very far from
Mhm.
this, and I agree. In some cases, it can be difficult, but most of the fence posts I've put in on my own property, it hasn't been a problem at all.
I'm guessing.
I'm not using something you get from your local rental place. These are tree planters that I own, which are run by basically a chainsaw head with a 4-inch auger on them. And assuming that there's nothing bigger than a potato in here, I could probably drill those and each one of those in about 40 minutes.
So these holes are bigger than a 4-inch drill hole. These are
I know.
2 foot by 2 foot by 4 feet
So
deep.
that means you got to do the 4 corners and the center. You put a 5 spot there, and then excavate the rest with a shovel.
Yeah. So
Just a thought.
it's
I'm
certainly.
I'm not entirely opposed to being able to bring a mini excavator in there and I mean, you're gonna obviously with a mini excavator to go down 4 feet, you're gonna put a much bigger hole than 2 by 2 initially, unless you actually hang an auger on a larger auger on this.
Yeah, there's no way you're doing individual holes. It's gonna be a whole trench. And if you go back to your foundation plan, I think you're a little bit dishonest in saying that you would do it all in one day, because you're gonna have to form up each footing and put number 4 bars in there, and there's no way you're gonna get all those people in one day. So my question would be, can you use the existing sonotubes there as the foundation? Or alternatively, add sonotubes to the existing sonotubes so that there's less impact within the 50.
We had this specifically designed by a structural engineer, which I am not. I would have to ask them the question about the existing sonotubes in place. I don't have the answer to that. They felt it was necessary to replace it with this detail here. You know, if the
Yeah, of
commission.
course, this is a perfect structural detail, but it's not, doesn't consider that it's in the 50-foot buffer. So I think they could consider an alternative that's less impactful, like new sonotubes and using the existing.
I can ask the structural engineer about that. We thought that since there was a reduction in sonotubes, you know, right now there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 times 2. There's 10 that's being reduced down to 6. Would be a benefit, but I can go back and ask about reusing what's out there.
Well, if you actually don't have to put any new, if you have 10, they're already in there. The damage, if you will, has been done.
Yep.
And it seems to me that if they can be reused, and perhaps with the addition of additional sonotubes of the same size, that would be preferable to tearing those out of there and putting in all new footings. And of course, that depends on what kind of condition they're in, how old they are. I mean, there's a lot of sort of unanswered questions there, but I think that we would. It sounds like we're leaning towards. Can you come up with some alternatives here?
I can look at some alternatives. Yes.
Yeah, that's not to say that this wouldn't be the ultimate plan. It's just we do like alternatives, and there would potentially be less disturbance to use the existing structural components that you have, and maybe only add a few more sonotubes. Probably a reduction in overall cost too for the construction, but maybe not.
So I guess it sounds like, would we want to see this information at the next meeting on December 7th? Greg, I'm not sure if it might be helpful either ask the structural engineer to also attend the hearing, or if we could get like a letter from them just kind of going through the alternatives. I think if the commission had either one of those pieces of input or documentation, I think that might be helpful in determining whether or not a variance is granted for the work in the 50-foot buffer.
Yeah, I'm confident I can get a letter
Okay.
for them. I can see if they can be in attendance.
Okay.
December 7th. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, but you know, Greg, it's very simple to me. We're looking for a way of approving this project that does not involve mechanized equipment coming in and digging mechanized holes. That's what we're looking for. And I think between you and your structural engineer, you have to think out of the box at creative, maybe more manual ways of achieving this end for your customer, right? Without breaking the rules that we have for the 50-foot buffer zone and the allowed activity.
Understood.
Okay, so is your client willing to continue?
Yes, if we can request a continuance to December 7th, please.
Great. And you think you can get all the information you need by December 7th? Is that?
Yes, I can.
Okay, great. So this meeting will be continued until December 7th.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you.
Thanks, Greg.
Okay, next is a public hearing for NOI 2331 and stormwater permit 2323. In accordance with Massachusetts General Laws, Chapter 131, Section 40 of the Cohasset Wetlands Bylaw and the Cohasset Stormwater Bylaw, Cohasset Conservation Commission will hold a public hearing on Thursday, November 16th, 2023 at 6:30 p.m. via remote participation on a Zoom platform for NOI 2331 and SWP 2323 to replace a pool, patio, and driveway at 92 Beach Street. Charlotte, will you introduce our applicants?
Hi, yes, we have Caroline Reese from Merrill Engineers and Land Surveyors. Caroline, I don't see the applicant in the audience unless they want to raise their hand and I'll promote them. Oh, there. Oh, we also have Sean Papish from Sean Papish Landscape Architecture. Oh, I think I do see Aaron in the audience. Thank you, Aaron. I'll promote you.
Great. Should I begin?
Sure.
Thanks. For the record, my name is Caroline Reese from Merrill Engineers and Land Surveyors. I'll be presenting tonight with Sean Papich to present a notice of intent and variance request on behalf of Brian and Erin Kahlberger, the owners of 92 Beach Street. We've also submitted an administrative stormwater application. And if I may share the screen, I can summarize the work.
Yes, please.
Thank you. Probably talk a little while we wait, if you want. I don't see a share screen, Charlotte, yet.
You should be able to. It says, yeah, host and panelists can share.
Oh, here it is. It just popped in, so I
There
have a
you go.
little bit of a delay. Sorry about that. And I think, can everyone see the site plan now?
Yes.
Yep.
Thank you very much. Okay, so for a little background, this lot is about 1 acre. It abuts Little Harbor to the east and to the west. I'll bring it up. The north arrow is pretty much straight up. So here's the lot. Little Harbor is out here to the east as well as the west, and it abuts private residential properties to the north and south. The topography generally slopes from the north side and kind of drains to the east and west. It kind of splits around the house, draining towards the harbor on both sides. The resource areas on the site are in this dark navy blue, almost black line. This line here, if you can follow my cursor, is a salt marsh. We have coastal bank that extends about 2/3 of the way down the east side of the developed portion of the lot, as well as BVW that turns into salt marsh on the west side of the lot, just to the west of Keene Lane. The 50-foot buffer extends through the dwelling for the salt marsh and coastal bank and into the front yard from the west side. And pretty much virtually all the lot is within the 100-foot buffer. This little pie-shaped wedge is outside of it. But I think that summarizes the wetlands. There's also land subject to coastal storm flowage associated with elevation 11 that extends from the coastal bank here and wraps around, it's this darker line, wraps around the southern portion of the lot. So the lot is currently developed, expand it a little. I know it's a little tough to see on this plan, with a dwelling, porch, a pool and deck and back, and a paved driveway. And the owners are proposing to remove and replace the existing pool and pervious deck and replace it with slightly a larger pool, pervious patio, and some hardscape features. I'll defer to Sean to maybe go into detail of that. They also want to reconfigure the existing front paved driveway here to provide a turnaround area. That work, the expansion of the driveway is outside of the 50-foot buffer. This is the 50 to 100-foot buffer. The work does not increase the minimum distance to the resource areas. Over here, you can see the existing and proposed to coastal bank is about 10 feet, 9.8 feet, and the minimum distance to the salt marsh remains at 27.1 feet. And the proposed work does increase the impervious area on the lot, about 878 square feet in total, of which about 583 square feet is within the 50-foot buffer. I guess, Sean, would you like to speak to some of the details of the design you came up with? I can
so-
pull up the
yeah.
landscape. Would you like that? Does that work?
It does.
Okay, thank you.
That ought to work out fine. Thank you.
You're welcome.
As Caroline,
Sean, you're frozen.
Don't hear anything.
No change in expression either.
want to make sure you see everything.
Not a good sign.
Oh,
I know.
good.
Don, if you can hear us, you're cutting in and out. Looks like your video's freezing.
Can you hear me?
Barely.
Can you get me?
Breaking up.
Yes.
Okay.
It's chopping up.
You can hear me. I can,
Carolyn, you might have to carry the show, I think.
definitely you,
Sean, sorry, you are still cutting in and out. I don't know if it helps to turn your video off.
good. Turn it off.
Yeah.
Yeah, sometimes I don't know how much it actually helps, but sometimes it might help.
Okay, stop video there.
Maybe I made it worse.
I'll try to
Can you hear me at all?
paraphrase.
Hello,
We can hear
me?
you, Sean. You're just cutting in and out.
Okay, if I can try to get through it, and you can definitely throw your, and tell me you can't hear me. And I,
That's good so far. Yeah, go, continue.
okay, so, what we've got is, the pool is primarily in this existing, in the same location as the existing pool, the same width, but it is longer, which is lending to
John, we're losing about 40%
increase
of
in
what
the
you're
square
saying.
footage within. Let me see, can you hear me at all? Nothing?
We can hear you, but only about, we can hear you intermittently.
Good, I'm so sorry.
I think Carolyn is going to have to carry the show tonight.
Okay, off the cuff, I'm gonna have my notes here from Sean. So, we're looking at the landscape design. There's about 1,300. Is it cutting in? Square feet of mitigation plantings proposed that were kind of in green on my plan, around the edge of the limit of work. The patio is going to be a pervious patio, I believe, it's set on gravel. I think Sean has a detail down here of the permeable patio. I can try to make that bigger. And let's see, so the work consists of, you can see the pervious patio. So here we're gonna have a pervious patio. They're proposing a spa, a new pool sited over the original pool that's right about here. It's kind of hard to see. They are proposing a fire pit surrounded by gravel, and then plantings are here, kind of native plantings all around. In the front, the driveway is going to get slightly narrower. We are taking a chunk off. We're actually reducing impervious in the 50 here. They're narrowing the driveway, but then providing a turnaround point as backing out has been difficult. And there are trench drains lining this portion of the driveway to capture the flow for the stormwater design. A hardscape wall will be replaced here and just slightly reconfigured. And perhaps at this point, I should return it for questions
Okay,
or comments.
commissioners,
Is there
Yeah,
anything
yeah.
at this point? You can?
no, your connection is really not working, Mr. Papish.
Yeah, like every other word.
Yes?
So, again, Ms. Reese is going to have to carry this, I think. Questions, commissioners?
Caroline, this is Eric Eisenhower. Could you, looking at your diagram, could you outline the limit of work?
Sure. Can I go back to my site plan? Because I'm most
That's
familiar
fine,
with
that's
it.
fine. Yeah, go wherever you'd like, because I'm
Sure.
getting a bit lost here as to what you're
I know.
doing, the 50-foot area, what's new
Mhm.
and sold and all that.
And you should zoom in a little bit here. We're seeing
Sure.
stuff that we don't need to see.
Let's see. How's one more? How about? Is
That's
that better?
Yeah, that's really
Okay,
Yeah,
it is busy. I'll give you that. So here's the existing dwelling. Right now the pool is this oval shape underneath. And the existing deck extends kind of in a curly shape around the pool. The pool is sits in the deck right now. It's sunken in. So we're proposing a new pool that's bigger over the existing pool. A spa, a little landscape wall here. There's a loose rock wall there. I think something a little more secure. A pervious paver patio with a gravel bed. What were the other questions? I'm sorry. More
Yeah,
detail.
it's,
Oh, the limit of work. I'm sorry.
yeah, limit of
So
work.
the silt sock essentially defines it. This is the silt sock. So the work is pretty much here, or this landscaping. I mean, there are some native plantings proposed down here over lawn. The driveway is going to essentially stay the same. We're going to take out a portion of driveway over here and just extend a little bump out here. So the limit of work was about 4,000 square feet. And I believe when I measured that for the stormwater requirements, it was a conservative kind of 4,000 around the house in here.
Tell me, Caroline, all of the work you'll be doing is in the 50-foot buffer zone, is it not?
Pretty much.
Yeah.
This driveway bump out is not,
Okay,
but yes, the 50-foot buffer basically extends through the rear of the house. The rear work is all pretty much in the 50-foot buffer, all is. There's a
how, I mean, how will you access where the pool construction is going to take place with your trucks and your gunite sprayers and all? What's going to, talk about that, how that's going to work? Because I know
Sure.
pools very well, and they have very messy operations, all right?
If you can
I
hear me,
know, I wish if Sean can.
Sounds like he
Help
might
me
be
out.
ready to reconnect. Sean?
can you hear me now at all?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, that's better.
Guess it helped to move around the house. So thank you for your patience on this. I really appreciate it. So,
Okay,
yes, the intent is really to still work on basically the same footprint that is there now. With the decking and the above ground pool that's, I think, partially below grade. It's kind of partially dug in the grade and partially above. And it's kind of falling apart essentially. And so the intent would be, much like your last conversation, is how do you access the site? How do you access the construction area? When it comes to the pool area, you'd still access in theory from the driveway. But you wouldn't really have a concrete truck. That would be out in the driveway, and you would pump the concrete back. So it would just be for the excavation of the pool, with one of their smaller excavators that they have. And that'd be typical of anything if they were rebuilding this pool, in the same fashion. It's the way we would handle any of it. Everything else can be done, with dingoes, as Tom was talking about before, as well as by hand. The other work, the deck extends pretty similarly to what it is today. So in terms of coverage, we're not getting any closer. It's just that we have to call pools. Essentially, we have to call them impervious, and so that's most of what is leading to the increase in impervious. All of the area is already disturbed. It's already lawn all the way down beyond the coastal bank into those areas where you see our new vegetation that are shaded in on Caroline's drawing. Those are all new vegetation in areas, those large shaded areas that she had shown and what we had on our landscape plan. one of the,
Charlotte, do you have any photographs you can show us?
should have been some photographs. I think that,
Sean, I think Charlotte has some. Do you have photos of this, Charlotte, during your visit?
Yes, let me switch computers. My work computer's finally up and running. But I guess, do you guys want to continue the conversation? I'll just rejoin and then I'll let you guys know when I can
Okay.
share my screen.
All right.
it would be helpful, I think, to see those. Because of what the extents are right now, it's extremely similar. It's a deck that's in really tough shape. The pool, it's in really rough shape. One of the reasons for the pool itself and to continue the pool, and it's not necessarily a concern typically of Conservation Commission, but they have a need for therapeutic purposes for their son's Braddock, who's got a very severe case of arthritis that struck him, I believe it was about a year ago, and pretty much turned him into.
Let me interrupt there. We really do like to confine our
Yeah.
deliberations to
That's
germane
that's main.
facts here. So
Yep, that's the main
Can I
purpose.
go to the- I was just gonna, I don't know if this helps for you, Sean, your plan.
Again, permeable patios, while Charlotte's finding some of those photos. All of the plant material on the site, looking from the, all around the edge of the site to the rear, and we were inserting new plantings in between what is considered to be edge of lawn, and essentially is at the edge of lawn where we've got some salt marsh grass. We're adding all beds up against those two. So we're trying to provide it where we need it, where it makes most sense.
Checking up here. Am I in the right area?
Yeah, right in there. Then also, even the stuff that's right against the house, same thing. It's all native plant material, substantial amount of it. And I do realize it's working the 50, but the whole property is basically in the 50 and the 100.
Can you guys see this? Sorry to interrupt.
yeah,
That's
Okay,
good
so
sign.
this is the edge of the salt marsh where some of the mitigation planting is proposed, so I'll just go through that.
Yeah, thank you.
And that's the other side,
Yep, thank you so much.
salt marsh for reference. As, I don't know if you can see it from this photo, but there is a slight slope in the rear yard down to the salt marsh and coastal bank. You might be able to see the edge of the coastal bank if you look at the picture close enough. While this photo comes into view, this is the back of the house, with the existing pool and deck in, elevated. So this is the kind of rock slope that Caroline was talking about. It's kind of like, I'm not sure where it originally comes from, but it's kind of all piled up against the side of the house here.
Charlotte, can I mention the pool equipment? That was the other thing that I hadn't
Yeah.
noted yet, or I don't think we had mentioned, maybe Caroline mentioned it, but we're proposing to take it out of that, portion that's between the pool and the resource and put it to the side of the house, pulling it out of the 50-foot.
Mhm.
That's what we thought was a positive.
Sorry,
Right.
you can ignore these. That is not from this site. Sorry. Those are different projects. Sorry.
Right.
Sorry, ignore those. But yeah, just so you guys can kind of get, I'm sorry I didn't get a clear picture of the pool, but the
That's
pool's
good.
basically right here in the existing
Mhm.
elevated deck.
It's helpful to see it, I think. I really appreciate that, Charlotte.
Okay.
Campus are kind of the big non-native grasses that were planted by previous owner. They're not necessarily harmful per se, but they're not native. None of this is. And yeah, to your point, Charlotte, when you and I were out there looking at it and looked at the site together, it's not even we're showing on the plan. I think that we have on the plan is like it's a low stone wall, but I actually think it's a pile of rocks that's piled up all the way to the edge of the pool, and then there's a few hosta in there and that sort of thing, but then it's mostly invasive stuff in there. And your English ivy, it's ornamental stuff that somebody planted at one point. And it's just gotten to this point. Yeah, but that's helpful to see that. And then lawn for really all the rest of it. We were gonna have plantings then to the left there, right where those stones are. You can see on our plan where some of those stones are floating. We were proposing to have plants kind of up in and removing a fair amount of that lawn, which we think is a real positive. both areas, all the way down. In that area too. Yep, thank you. Right in that area. Thank you, Sean.
Caroline? Are you still
Yes.
there? Yeah.
Mhm.
Hey, can you describe me, or maybe in the photographs, explain how you're going to access where you want to build the pool with your dump trucks and your gunite trucks and your earth movers and your diggers and all that, all of which we tend not to allow in the 50-foot buffer zone. How's that going to happen?
Well, there's
Well,
dump trucks back there, or
Yeah.
Caroline, you can jump in, but there's not going to be gunite trucks there. It can be pumped from the front. There'll be a small excavator. But go ahead, Caroline, if you want.
basically, I was gonna say that they'd park probably in the driveway up front and pump it back.
You can pump gunite that far?
Yes.
Okay.
So are the existing pool and the new pool, looks like the existing pool is above the grade that's there.
Yeah, but I
Is that
believe
correct?
some of that sits a little below grade.
So it's excavated some, and the new pool has the same rim level, I guess, or whatever you want to call it.
Yeah, pretty much. Yeah, almost
Yeah.
the same. Well, it's about the same, but that the outside edge of the pool structure will then act as the retaining wall in its way, right? So it'll be almost where you see that gray board. Yeah, exactly. Right in that neighborhood. The width of it is the same. We showed a longer pool because of just for it to be much more functional for therapy reasons.
The
So
reason I asked, is there excavation needed for the new pool or not? I guess.
Yeah, I believe so. We'd have to find out what's underneath there, but I would have to think there would be, Will.
So the footprint is going to be substantially larger. Is that how much?
It's 9 feet longer. It's the same width.
How much in area? Generally, we're talking about area here. Let's talk about area.
Yeah.
Sure.
Square feet.
15, make it 130 square feet. Would be 9 by
An additional 130 square feet.
additional 135.
That's already there.
135, yeah, exactly. Of surface area.
Can you show the plan again? Let's go back to the plan.
Sure. I think, can I sure, there we go. It just popped up. Thank you. Here we go. And I will go to the site plan. I believe, yeah, the existing pool is about 510 square feet. The existing pool, I'm sorry, it's just about 300, just shy of 300, 295 square feet. And the proposed pool is about 510 square feet. Which is a lot. I did include the rest of the impervious comes from the pool equipment, the stepping stones I counted, some of the hardscape around it.
So I guess what I'm looking
Yeah,
for
right.
is an overall number of how much more of the 50-foot buffer is going to be consumed by this.
Well, for impervious area, 583
I'm really
square.
interested in not necessarily impervious or pervious, just how much disturbance, what's the area of the disturbance here? The additional disturbance, let's say.
Are you saying, Tom,
Yeah.
anything that's touched during construction, or are you saying the final footage of that?
No, when it's finished.
Okay, the hard essentially.
We'll deal with how you get in there and
Yep.
get out of there and what you need to do
Yep.
after we understand the scope of the finished project.
Okay. Probably have
Well-
that there, don't you, Caroline? I think you have that basically on the table.
In the disturbance area back here, it's, well, most of the work, I have impervious here.
Yeah.
Most of the work, the existing deck kind of comes around. It depending on how you define it, I mean, all this area is just, most of this area is disturbed with deck patio and some lawn and invasive species. I think this area, and Sean, correct me if I'm wrong. I think in terms of impervious with the stormwater, but maybe this area, a couple hundred square feet, maybe 300 square feet
Maybe some,
of lawn will be replaced with gravel and
and some,
gravel patio
yeah, and some plantings also. So we
and
have
plantings.
the strips of plantings that are bordering right up against the proposed pool area.
So the green hash is areas that you are proposing to plant. Is that
Correct.
All of that, try to capture everything right up against the work and the terrace where it is now, whereas it's all lawn right now. And then try to capture some more square footage down lower at the edge of the salt.
Caroline, would you have a diagram, or could you put together a diagram that has in the one diagram, the existing house with its outline, and then superimposed on top of that, the new house and pool and everything you want to build, so we can see what is incremental to the project? Because that's what I can't see that here. All right, and that's really important. That's, I think, what our chairman is sort of hinting at, is we want to see the increase in penetration of the 50-foot buffer zone in this project. And I have some problems coming to grips with that here. All right, could you do that?
Sure, of course. Yeah, I can
I
make
would
real simple
that
existing
okay,
and
Jen?
proposed.
that we frequently get overly complex drawings that have a way of obscuring what's actually happening. And when you've got 30, 40, 50 liters and text and everything except for, you know, your driver's license number on something like this, it has a way of obscuring the main point.
So Caroline, if you zoom in
Sure.
into that area, and again, you could do that drawing also, of course, but if you zoom
Or
in
yours.
that rear area, that might be help see the light underneath. I mean, a little bit, and maybe it's, you can see.
Mhm.
Yeah, there's a light gray line of the existing deck that goes through the center of the new pool.
Yeah,
You can see
the
it
the
there.
existing deck, it is tough. It goes around the pool.
And it goes all the way kind of where we have our wall, essentially. Where the spas.
Right. Comes
So
around.
half the pool, the fire pit, the stepping stones, and all the plantings are
That's all.
in
lawn. That's
what's currently lawn, yeah.
exactly.
Yeah,
Lawn. There's an existing shower there.
correct. That's existing here.
But Caroline, you will give us that diagram, I hope, at some point.
Sure, I certainly can.
Next question. The front of the house is very flat. To me, that would be the obvious place to put, in terms of, it's not in the 50-foot buffer zone, the obvious place to put this pool, all right? I don't know I haven't seen the property. I don't know what else is there, but it looks like a great place for a kind of pool in front of the house by the porch and all that. And it's outside of the 50-foot buffer zone. It would not be a problem. What's wrong with that, that venue?
Right now, I don't believe we consider putting a pool in the front yard of the house when we've already got a pool in the backyard.
You're tearing the pool out. We're building a new pool, Sean, all right?
That's correct, but I don't think it's, since.
It is an alternative.
Yeah, I don't think it's an alternative. But no,
It's not in the 50-foot buffer zone there.
You know how this
You
goes.
know-
There's alternatives that are preferable to the applicant and alternatives that might be more preferable to the commission.
yeah,
So I would say that all alternatives should be on the table. And not specifically this case, but in every case here.
sure.
We really do like to see that there's some thought gone into not the convenience of the applicant and the view they want and the look they want to their house, but actually some respect for the conservation buffers that we are charged with protecting.
Right.
So I'm not saying that we expect you to put the pool in the front yard, but in general,
Understood.
we do like to see alternatives and weigh those against the original plan.
Yep, I can understand that. And we're usually open to alternatives too.
Could you put up the landscape plan again, the plan.
Certainly.
But my comment about this is, you know, the 50-foot buffer is, at least to my mind, is a semi-wild spot. This all looks very ordered. Nothing random about it, right? Doesn't look natural. It's like an English garden.
Currently,
And even though you're using native plants,
Yep.
it's a deviation from what might be there if it hadn't been settled. Not that I expect it to go back to
I mean, it's-
pre-colonial times, but I mean, this looks very,
we felt like inserting a pretty heavy amount of vegetation, regardless of what, you know, the visual looks like from an airplane.
Yeah.
Still is effective, and it's still functional, and it still works with a variety of species. We could go to even more variety of species if that makes more sense. And we think that whether or not that's a curvy, wurvy line or a straight line, we think it's equally effective and appropriate.
so you realize that it's the real conundrum here is what happens in that 50-foot buffer.
Understood.
But that doesn't mean that we ignore the 100-foot buffer either. And so
Yep.
this asphalt turnaround or impervious turnaround is also something that is of concern.
Yep.
And it's within the 100-foot buffer.
It is.
Sometimes we're more strict and sometimes we're less strict about this. If there was something there already, you know, we probably wouldn't bat an eye, but this is going to eat up, again, part of the buffer adjacent to our gem called Little Harbor. It's one of the most beautiful things we have in all of Cohasset. And
Right.
I guess maybe I feel overly protective of it because I use it a lot, but nevertheless, it is something that crosses my mind that we're going from even lawn's better than asphalt, you know, lawn's not great, but it's better than asphalt. So it's not like it's not like I'm looking away from what's happening in the 100-foot buffer. Just sort of, editorial comment as much as anything, I guess.
And one thing we are doing there is we are taking asphalt away on the left there and on the upper right. And I realize we're adding some, and we're also taking some out of the 50 in that area, just because it was really an inappropriate shape and size for a driveway entering into those doors. So we're trying to thin it out as you come out, and then have opportunity for parking in turnaround area and play and what have you for the driveway.
So would you consider, say, a crushed shell turnaround?
I could certainly ask the homeowners that. We could also say, well, whatever we're removing, that you see it, that we're removing on the left, on the upper right, if we ever shrunk it down some in there to make it a smaller area to be, even if that's just like I don't know how effective the turnaround area it's going to be. You'd be able to get it a little bit turned around and maybe have it more of a 3-point turn, perhaps. We can certainly talk with them about alternatives for that. Yeah.
Looks like the driveway from the stormwater report, the increase is from just about 2,100, 2,095 to 2,314. So we're about just a little over 200 square feet of increase with that section we're taking out.
You know, I think we look at the stormwater situation outside of the buffers differently than we do inside the buffers. And there's actually a ecological value within the buffers that may or may not exist outside of them, but certainly those wetland buffers are important above and beyond cold calculus of stormwater runoff.
Mhm. We do provide a trench around that L-shaped structure, you know, to capture the runoff from this section. This is a stone trench to infiltrate, which meets stormwater requirements and helps, but maybe we can do more. Consider more.
Commissioners, does anybody else have any comments here or questions?
You know, Tom, I find this project very concerning. I don't take it as a fait accompli that this thing's going to be approved at all. There's a heck of a lot of work going on in the 50-foot buffer zone. I'd like to see that chart, Caroline, the existing structure and then, you know, the new structure, so we can see how much of what's being built is incremental to the existing project. That's a key criteria for us, all right?
Okay.
Evaluating. And then the alternatives you have, I brought up one of having in front, you know, there are people in town that have pools in front of their houses. They put up hedges and walls and fences and things like that. But, you know, apparently there's a health reason that you want to have the pool expanded. If that's the case, then maybe front would be a better place if you were into a wall or a log jam on this 50-foot issue. But clearly, you need to be prepared if we do go ahead with this. There'll be no heavy equipment used behind the house. It's going to be wheelbarrows and shovels and spades. And I don't know if you can do a project like this on a manual basis. That's something we still have to discuss, Mr. Chairman.
Oh, Eric, it can be done. Decades ago, I dug holes for swimming pools in backyards.
I know.
Accessed by heavy equipment. Weeks and weeks of
I entirely agree. All right, but nowadays people tend not to gravitate toward these more manual concepts in life.
It's good for young men to do these things.
Yeah,
maybe they could hire some 20-year-olds to get in there with picks and shovels.
I was gonna say I have a teenage son who probably needs a job.
There you go. You've got the start of a workforce there.
There you go.
Okay, so it sounds like we need some more information. It sounds like you guys have heard some feedback here that I would hope that you would carry home and give some thought to, and how you might sweeten this a little bit in a number of ways. You have some logistical issues that you need to carefully think about. If we go back to the width, if we can go back to the plan that showed the limit of work with the red lines.
Sure.
So when I look at the that southeast corner there, just above where the call out for the survey is north 564636.
Gotcha.
That look between the corner of the garage and that limit of work. Can you tell me what the distance is there?
About 12 feet or so.
Okay. So you've got enough room to get a mini excavator through that.
Yep.
That slot. Okay.
If it's 12,
Yeah. Okay.
if it's 12, then it should be enough.
Okay.
It's still in the 50-foot, Mr. Chairman.
It is.
It is.
Yeah, I recognize that. I just wondered whether it was even feasible, let alone
Okay.
it was in the 50 outside, of course. And I would amplify Mr. Eisenhower's comment that we ordinarily do not allow for mechanized equipment in the 50-foot buffer. So obviously that's an issue that you guys need to really seriously consider.
One thing that we've also done with other projects in the 50-foot buffer, which I think can be helpful here, something that kind of ensures that the limit of work will be maintained, because sometimes when you just put a silt sock in, let's just say I've seen those pretty much murdered. So if there's a some sort of hard construction fence behind the silt sock that will kind of emphasize the sensitivity with that area. We can obviously, I know you have, the support net as well. I think it might be good to, maybe even have some harder methods just to make sure that the excavators aren't driving around and running around everywhere, staking out the limit of work. So I'm happy to chat with you, Caroline, offline about that. But, we
Sure.
have seen this come up for projects in the 50-foot buffer. So if the commission were to grant a variance for work like this, I think some assurance that no additional disturbance will occur, I think is really helpful in this case.
Okay, very good.
I think you were here earlier to hear our complaint about, or my complaint about the sometimes lax project management oversight of contractors.
Right.
Seen an awful lot of that around town where we've seen trees that were supposed to be left alone get seriously damaged, losing a lot of bark from careless heavy equipment operators who probably don't care whether they bash into a tree with their excavator. So yeah, we want to see some real assurances, like real infrastructure, temporary infrastructure, to prevent even the most careless of contractors from doing something that is outside of the order of conditions.
Is there any other direction or any other thoughts that you might have? I'm hearing a lot good information tonight. Are there other things you think about when you see the plan, the proposed plan? And we know it's for an increased size pool, showing a spa there for the same reasons we want the increased size pool. Are there other direction that you have for us at the moment, or?
Well, I would just say that this is a major expansion. It's in the 50-foot buffer. Ordinarily, we're not we don't view these very favorably. So this needs to be a real sweet one. You need to really, you might think about how you could perhaps change some of the elements here so that it didn't consume even more of the 50-foot buffer with hard infrastructure.
Okay.
You're replacing lawn with concrete here.
Well, I mean, but most of the lawn area that we're removing, we're vegetating. And then we're also, there's a small area of lawn that we've got the pool on, but beyond that, it's a little bit of lawn and crushed stone and vegetation and permeable terrace area. So it doesn't feel like we're.
Okay, I think that will be clearer for us, for the commission, when Ms. Reese produces a very, very simple diagram here or plan that doesn't have all these leaders, doesn't have all these survey
Topography.
and really show us what the difference is between what's there now and what you're supposed to do.
Yep.
Okay.
Sure.
I mean, we're talking about really streamlined here. Shouldn't take you, but an hour probably to generate what you need to generate. And if you shade it so that it's obvious what the new area is and don't overload it with extraneous information, then I think it'll be much easier for us to visualize what the impact will be.
Sure.
That's what I'd encourage you guys to do, is
Okay.
this, and anything you can do here to sort of reduce your impact would be viewed favorably.
And the only thing I would add to that is bottom and top of existing pool and proposed pool, if you're able to get that.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, sure.
Yeah.
Are you talking about outside of it, or are you talking about the actual structure in the depth of the pool right now?
Just what the bottom of excavation would be for the new pool as compared to the existing.
And that's consistent with the bylaw where excavation in the 50-foot buffer is a regulated activity. So we need to know how much you're going to remove and where you're going to remove it and where you're going to fill, if you're going to fill anything. And that's what we're interested in.
Yep.
Because there's deck there, none of the elevation lines go across, so it's hard to tell.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah, it's
Right.
different.
Sean, are there any trees being removed?
No,
No.
All right, that's clear.
we're proposing a service berry tree in the corner there, that you won't see on that particular plan. On my plan, you will. But no, there's no trees being removed.
Okay,
Great.
Yeah.
So we would continue. Do you think you can have this by, how are we looking for December 7th, Charlotte? Have we got, are we loaded up?
That'll look.
Yeah, we have about I think 3 or 4 new project hearings, a couple continued, 1 show cause, and then another continuance we just added from earlier tonight. So that's about 6 or 7. But unfortunately, we don't have another meeting until 2024, so I think that's your only option.
So what's the urgency of your project? Can you postpone a coming before us, and they would need to sign the 21-day waiver. Is that right, Charlotte? If they move to next year?
For the initial
Yeah.
hearing, we've already like opened it within 21 days, so
Oh, okay.
we can continue to wherever as long as the applicant's okay with it. And then at least for the administrative stormwater permit, they signed a 21-day waiver just because it's kind of awkward when you have an administrative stormwater permit that doesn't necessarily require a hearing with an NOI that does. So the stormwater permit kind of gets dragged along with these discussions. That's why I asked them to sign the waiver, which seems like they understood. So, you know, the last meeting of the year is December 7th. We canceled our December 21st meeting to be sensitive with the holidays. And then our 2024 schedule is almost finalized. Probably first week in January will be the next meeting.
There's a bit of urgency just in terms of getting in the queue, and also it's very, I guess it's rare in our business to say, oh, keep pushing it off.
Yeah.
I don't have to talk to the homeowner, I guess. It's not, we're not used to being able to do that. So
How
but-
about, we
but
can,
have things ready for review that would, you know, that would certainly take a lot of what you said today, and we could have it ready to resubmit to you next week.
yeah, so the deadline for revised documents would be November 30th. So if you guys would like, if you're comfortable with a continuance to December 7th, and if things change, we can continue to the first meeting in January, but maybe we could continue to 12/7 for now until, you know, I can hear from you guys, or.
How does that sound? That sounds, I mean, it sounds good to me.
I can do it, but it's up to you guys, yeah.
So Charlotte, so we're not so loaded up on December. It seems like we've postponed a lot till
Kind
December
of
7th.
are, but it's the last meeting of the year, so unless they want to continue to 2024, that's the only option.
Yeah, so is there the potential to run over into December 8th? We're going to turn.
I would hope not, and I
Well,
would
no,
make
I
sure
mean,
that does not happen.
First of all, we can't do that.
You can't unless you advertise.
Yeah.
We don't want to go past midnight. No one's going to be functional.
Yeah, I thought you meant the wee hours of December
midnight,
8th.
10 o'clock, Charlotte.
Yeah. For us old folks, 10 o'clock's about the end of it.
I was kind of hoping we'd be like the last one on the docket about 11:59, gentlemen. So as if that.
That'd be a sure loser for you.
No, I want. Sure.
And this is Valeria. One more thing with, at the risk of stating the obvious, is, you know, when you come back, because this is all in the 50-foot buffer, not that this should all be drawn on the plans, but it might be, you know, help the board to realize, to understand that you've considered various alternatives. If you say, well, we thought of A, B, and C, but D, the one we landed on, is better because of these reasons. And if you had sort of,
Yep, we have.
I'm fairly new on the board, and you know, I'm just an associate. But I from hearing the rest of the board, I think they take kindly to that kind of reasoning, as opposed to here's the only thing we thought of and take it or leave it. You know, like, so
We
I would
have.
do that for each thing, particularly on this project.
Okay, we have, because we considered up the hill a little ways, but we didn't want to lose any trees. So good, yeah, we'll consider showing a diagram.
Yeah, I'm probably not even. You don't even have to draw it up, but just like a few words spoken on each thing as to why it's the best of the alternatives would probably go a long way for the chair and some of the other members.
Sounds good.
Yep.
Thank you.
Oh,
Thank you.
we look forward to seeing you on December 7th.
Thank you.
Thank you.
It's a little late.
Thanks, guys.
Yeah,
Bye-bye.
a little later.
Okay, so our final public hearing tonight is for stormwater permit 2318. In accordance with Massachusetts General Laws, Chapter 131, Section 40, the Cohasset Wetlands Bylaw and the Cohasset Stormwater Bylaw, the Cohasset Conservation Commission will hold a public hearing on Thursday, November 16th, 2023 at 6:30 p.m. via remote participation on the Zoom platform for SWP 2318, build a vehicle fleet storage facility at Deer Hill School. Charlotte.
Yes, so joining right now, we have Xander Orm from Merrill Engineers and Land Surveyors. And Xander, I do not see the applicant on the call, but I will let you know when they jump on, if they jump on.
Thank you, Charlotte. It's probably just going to be me tonight. But
That's what I figured.
If anyone,
Okay.
if anyone jumps on, you can feel free to elevate them. All right. So my name is Xander Orm. I'm from Merrill Engineers and Land Surveyors. I'm representing the town of Cohasset this evening for their proposed bus and vehicle parking at Deer Hill Elementary. And I'm sorry, I'm just trying to share my screen. Here. All right. So this is Deer Hill Elementary School. It's located at 208 Sohere Street, it's about a 15-acre lot. I'm just zoomed in on the street facing side of the property because that's where all the work is. The town property, it's a town property. It currently contains the elementary school. There's vehicle parking here, and then there's lawn and woods area in the back where the bus parking is proposed. So the town of Cohasset, they're looking for new space to park their buses. I believe currently they have to rent an area to keep all their buses. It's like on 3A, it's really not ideal for them. So they're proposing to park all their buses on school property. And so this parking lot, it would consist of 10 full-size bus spaces, 3 smaller bus spaces, and then 10 additional vehicle parking spaces. And then they would also like to put in a 400 square foot bus operation building. And so in total, this project will increase impervious area by approximately 11,000 square feet. And we have designed stormwater controls to help mitigate the runoff that may result from this new impervious areas. So these stormwater controls include 2 infiltration trenches, one for the bus parking area and one for the vehicle parking. And they're both 1.5 foot wide by 2.1 feet deep. And these trenches will capture the runoff from the parking areas. The parking areas will be graded towards them so that all the runoff from these new paved areas will enter the infiltration trenches. And then once the infiltration trenches capture this runoff, it'll be piped to the 79 foot by 21 foot long, 2 foot deep subsurface infiltration system, which has 50 Caltech chambers. And then this infiltration system will recharge the stormwater that is piped inside of it. And for large storm events, we do have emergency overflow. We have 2 6-inch outlet pipes, which will outlet to trapezoidal splash pads as recommended by the agent. And we did do test pits out here. We have about 6 feet to groundwater, and we chose this area because it had the most room for our infiltration system because it is a lot of impervious, so we needed to have enough room to store all that stormwater. And yeah, so with these stormwater controls put into place, we will be reducing the peak flows and volumes for the 2, 10, and 100-year storms compared to the existing conditions. We have erosion control put into place to prevent any runoff to abutting properties during construction. And just a few more things. We do recognize that this site may now technically be considered a land use with higher potential pollutant loads. And that's because the bus parking could be considered exterior fleet storage, which is listed as part of a land use with higher pollutant loads. no formal definition of exterior fleet storage is provided, so that's why it was sort of unclear whether or not we actually would be classified as a land use with higher potential plume loads. But I think we're just going to go ahead and say we are one, and that does mean we will need to make some changes to this design, and add a few more BMPs, such as like oil separators, oil water separators, and all that, so we make sure we can comply with that standard. And then one other thing, we did hear concerns that there may be wetlands located near our work area. We were able to get a wetland scientist out there earlier this week, and they flagged it, and they did confirm that there are some wetlands out there, so they flagged it, and then we located them. And from that, we did determine that all our work is outside the 100-foot buffer, so we do not fall within those jurisdictions. Unfortunately, we did receive that information late past the supplemental information deadline, so we were not able to get that to you before this hearing, but we'll make sure to get that to you after this hearing for the next one. And yeah, that's it, if there's any questions.
Commissioners, questions or comments?
Nothing.
Yes. Yes, I have a question, please. Xander, where is the school located on this plan? I'm trying to picture it.
Oh, so yes, so it's right down here. So this is
Yeah.
the front of the school for all the park. So you would enter from Sohier Street, about up here, and then this
One
is
second.
the front of school. That's the entrance.
I'm sorry, where's the front of the school again?
So this is the front entrance right here.
Okay, so then I'm looking out to the parking lot.
Yeah, so you're
And
looking out to
then,
the parking lot.
parking lot, and then. Okay, so then where's then the buses, and then where's the street? Be on the other side of the buses? Where's Sawyer?
Sohier Street, yeah, it's up here. You can kind of,
Okay.
like, that's the street line and it goes down.
Okay, all right, I was going backwards, all right.
Oh, yeah.
So
no
they're right on the
worries.
street, so they're right, it abuts a street. Okay.
Mm.
Okay, thank you.
I'm not sure if it abuts the street. I think it's where all the grass is now that people park on at events and stuff. That existing parking is all the parking that's there right now, right? You're just adding the bus parking where all the grass currently is, and that's where you're increasing the impervious surface.
Yeah, so this is all grass. This
Pretty
is all
possible.
grass, and this
Currently,
is
yeah.
and wooded area. Yeah, so the street.
Yeah.
Yeah, you
Actually all the
can't
way over there on
really
the
see the
left.
street. It's a large site.
Yeah.
Yeah, so it goes down, and then it's like it keeps going
Yeah.
this way, I believe.
Yeah.
And so, and yeah, that, like, this line is a residential lot, and then this is all woods.
Yeah.
I mean, there's a
Okay.
lot of woods there.
Okay, got it. Thank you.
Xander, I think
Yeah.
I'm sorry if I missed it, but it looked, you are planting those trees that are around the infiltration system. That's 12 of them, right, to be planted?
Right, yes. Sorry, I should have mentioned that. We do have
No, it's
we
okay.
do have 12 additional trees that we're planting for some extra screening.
Yeah, and
around
we
the bus lot.
I think the note says to be determined by the tree warden too, so
Yeah, that would all
yeah.
be decided by him. The species and all that.
So that's a very large infiltration chamber. And I just wonder whether one trench is representative. One soil test pit is representative.
Yeah, I see what you mean. We have 2 test pits. We did one over here and we got, I believe, about similar results. So I think we could conclude that it's mostly the same out there. We had the A, B layers of loam and then sandy loam in the C layer, and about the same groundwater depth, plus or minus about a foot. So I think it's safe to assume that it is about the same throughout where this whole infiltration system is.
What are those black dots on either end of this? What are they? Is that?
Yeah, those are
Inspection
inspection
ports?
ports.
Is that the
Yeah.
inlets for the drain, the overflow? What is
Those
that?
are just inspection ports.
Okay.
All
right.
The outlets are vertical. They would come out the side.
Right. Okay, so it seems like what we need to see are where you're going to place those oil water separators, how big they are, some evidence that they are adequate for the number of vehicles that are going to be parked there. Commissioners, can you think of any other information that we still need to see?
No,
Think we didn't need to update the O&M plan as well to account for the oil water separators.
Right, yeah, we'd have that, and then, you know, I think part of the requirements for a high pollutant zone, we'd need some sweeping schedules too, so we'd implement that.
Okay,
But yeah, I recognize, you know, a lot of stuff came up before the meeting, so we do need to provide more information, which we will. But if there's any, you know, comments that we can get out of the way now to make sure we have everything for the next meeting, that'd be great.
I can't think of anything else that I'd like to see other than that maintenance plan and oil water separators and how you're gonna sweep it, stuff like that. So
Same here.
it sounds like that shouldn't take very long. I have
No,
a feeling that all of a sudden December 7th is starting to look very crowded, although it might not take very long for this. So the first question is your client willing to continue?
Yeah, so that's tricky because the client's the town, so I don't know exactly, you know, what their timeline is for this. We've been working on this for a while, like off and on for about a year now, so I'm not sure how urgent it is for them. But obviously, if there's no room on the next hearing, it is what it is. But I think, I mean, if it's possible, we'd like to get on the next one, but if you can't, it is what it is.
Charlotte, you can decide. You've got the schedule for the next one, and taking into account Eric and I's need to go to bed at an early hour since we're so old.
It's honestly a tough call. I think if we wanted to, for now, we can put it on 12/7, but I'm happy to talk to Glenn Pratt, who's the kind of taken the lead on this from the town's end. So I'm happy to talk to him to see if they're willing to put it on to maybe the first meeting in January. You know, given the amount of hearings that we have and the fact that we're not going to have a 12/21 meeting. So we can continue to 12/7 for now, but I'll definitely speak with all applicants just to see if they're willing to, you know, wait until after the holidays. We'll see which ones are more urgent than others, but yeah, there will be a very interesting project on December 7th that might take a lot of time, so.
Well, okay, let's try to spread these out as much as possible so that we don't end up.
And we'll finalize the agenda. I know Angela sent it out to all of you guys. I think most of you had input, so we can finalize that really shortly, and we'll post that so that everyone knows what the date of the next meeting is. But I would believe it would be the first week in January. So.
Okay, good. So this hearing is continued until December 7th, tentatively.
Excuse me. I'm sorry to interrupt. There's a question in the Q&A.
Oh, I'm sorry. Thank you, Kathy.
Yeah, no problem.
So, Tom, would you like me to read it? They're not posting their address, but their name is on there.
No, we need to, she needs to post her address.
Okay. So I apologize if I'm mispronouncing your name, Ms. Tangerlini. Can you please confirm your address for the record, and we'll read your comment in the chat. We'll give her a minute or so. Thank you. So yeah, apologize again if I'm mispronouncing your name, Ms. Tangerlini of 179 Sawyer Street. Says, how can they misinterpret how large this area is? It is almost directly abutting a very steep hill, and the stormwater runoff will flow directly onto Sawyer Street. So, Xander, can you please answer that question? Or
Yeah, so I assume you mean this hill that we're building it on, which we will be flattening, you know, and then for the lot, and then we'll be regrading, but as for the stormwater runoff, we will be capturing all the runoff that comes off of this parking lot. And as I said earlier, part of the, rules that we have to follow is we have to reduce the flows that are coming off the site compared to the existing. So with that in mind, we designed this so that the flows will actually be less than what currently comes off the site. And so as for runoff flowing into other properties, that shouldn't be a concern. It should all go into the trench and go either exfiltrate through the trench or go into the infiltration system and exfiltrate through there.
This may or may not help, but Xander, do you have the stormwater summary that you might be able to pull up quickly and maybe just explain the
yeah.
numbers too? That might help.
Sure.
I know the
Let me
numbers will
s-
look more confusing than the picture, but I think it might help to
Yeah.
show those.
Let
And
me look.
Mr. Army, would you remind us of the depth to the groundwater?
Sure.
Table?
Yeah, here, I'll go back real quick. I think I have a diagram here. So this is a cross section of the system. So it's about 1 foot under the ground. And then the system itself is 2 feet deep down to 56. And then groundwater is located about 2 feet below that, which is the minimum. So groundwater elevation's at 54. And then let me go back here. So this is our analysis of the pre-development and the post-development flows and volumes coming off the site. So as the site currently exists, these are the peak rates of runoff for the 2, 10, and 100-year storm. So currently we calculated about 0.66 cubic feet per second coming off during the 2-year, 3.13 cubic feet per second during the 10-year, and then 11.15 cubic feet per second during the 100-year. And with our designs in place, with the bus and vehicle parking all constructed, the flows will actually be less. So in post-development, we'll have 0.60 CFS, which is below 0.66, and then 2.83 CFS for the 10-year, which is less than 3.13, et cetera, et cetera. Same for the 100-year storm. We're reducing all those peak flows, and the same goes for volumes of water coming off the site as well.
Thank you, Xander.
Yeah, of course.
Okay, so it doesn't look like we have any further questions from our audience. So we will continue this hearing until December 7th or later, depending on how Mr. Pratt responds.
Yeah, we'll touch base with them and kind of just give them a heads up about the long agenda.
Yeah.
Seeing if they want to push it or move it to another night.
Okay, good. Next. Tonight we have 4 show cause hearings.
Thank you.
Thanks, Xander.
The first show cause hearing is for NOI 2117 and stormwater permit 2116, 502 North Main Street. The issue is unpermitted work in the wetland buffer zones.
So yeah, we have the applicant Mike Ahern joining us. I don't have site photos, but I can pull up aerial imagery if it's helpful, but kind of just wanted to get some clarification on some of the site work that's been happening on the site over the last few months. It looks like, some trees were either cut down, felled, or chipped, all the above. And so Mike does have some clarification for that. There was a small asphalt pile that was kind of right in front of the road, and wasn't sure where that came from, but since the work under the order conditions hasn't exactly started yet, that's why I just wanted to confirm what was kind of going on in the front of the property. To remind the commission, the front of the home is mostly in the 100-foot buffer, and then the side of the home and rear of the house gets towards the 50-foot buffer. This is the property that's right across the street from the train station and next to the golf course. So I guess, Mike, can you walk us? Oh, sorry, Tom, do you have a question?
Yeah, Charlotte, can you bring up near map and show
Yeah,
it?
I can do that.
Show us the locations of each of
Yes.
these items that you've discussed.
Yeah, I can, it's a little hard to see. Let me pull up the April footage, or maybe I might be able to see it. So this is kind of like,
You want to back out just a little bit to start?
yeah,
to
sorry.
have,
So this is for
and
reference.
close your search results so that.
Where is that?
Upper right, close your search results. There you
Upper
go.
right?
You got it. Yeah, so we just want to see as much of this as we can. So back out so that the commission has some
Okay.
notion exactly.
Is that
where
better?
it's located. Yeah, just one more click so that we can see this. Identify the train station or the golf course and.
Yeah, so
Yeah.
this is the MBTA. This is the golf course. This is the budding property here, but this is 502. And so we had issued over a year ago an order of conditions to tear down this existing home and build 2 homes, one in the front and one in the back. I think Mike might be able to clarify the status, but for now, there's no site work other than, the tree removal activity, some wood chipping right in, this wood chipped area kind of right here. And then there was just some stockpiling of materials here, kind of the wetland for reference is kind of like back here. So it might, it's possible it's in the 50-foot buffer and 100-foot buffer, but Mike did talk to me this afternoon and he does have some clarifications on the activity. So I guess, Mike, can you kind of clarify what's going on here?
Yeah, so I think it's actually the 2 trees that came down, both were felled in a storm last year and hit the wires. National Grid came out in an emergency call because the house to your right of the blue arrow and the house behind that you can't see in the picture, both lost power due to the tree hitting the wires. So they felled a lot of the tree, but they left some of it up for me to take care of and asked me to address it before they lost more wires, but they were trees that came down in a storm. We didn't intentionally take down the trees. The trees were not, they were dead. We were trying to leave them until the work started, but they didn't survive that storm. There is another, I can't move your mouse around, but there is another, if you see the boat trailer right there, to your right, there is another dead tree still standing there that at some point will have to be removed, but at this time, there's no plan to take it down. The logs that were, when is this photo from? July 17th?
Yes.
Okay, the logs on the left side, those are logs that have been there since before I bought this property. So that was wood that was left behind, I don't know how long. So you could see we just cleaned up that area right there. And there was logs there on the site, and the gentleman who is currently living in the home asked if he could split the existing logs that were on the ground, and I said, yeah, you can use them for firewood. And that's where we are. The logs used to be to the left of your blue arrow, and he just pulled them up in the front. Well, you can see there's a blue top down in the back corner. There was logs down there. He just pulled them up, got a splitter, and did it on the asphalt to split them.
Okay.
And he's burning wood in that house for heat.
Mm-hmm.
The asphalt that you speak of that's on the left side of that driveway. Yeah, I had actually called the town to ask where that came from. I believe they did some gas work on the street. Nothing to do with my property, and that's where they left their residual asphalt.
Mm-hmm. That's nice.
Yeah. And I don't know if it got cleaned up since I made the call, but
Mm-hmm.
I'm not there every day. So I don't know if you have a photo today to see if it's there, but
I can talk to DPW about that because I wasn't sure where that came from either.
yeah, we didn't do any asphalting on the site. We have nothing.
Okay.
We haven't changed any of the hardscape on the site.
Mhm.
We took down the dead trees, and like I said, those trees collapsed onto the wires, which I don't think you can see. There, you can probably see the wires there. They run right on that driveway. Overhead wires run right on that corner of the yellow line. There's an electrical pole right there.
Mm-hmm. Oh, I see it. Yeah.
And those 2 trees that came down, well, one came down, one is still standing. That
Mhm.
the 2 small ones that came down on the wires, and National Grid said it's a matter of public safety. It happened on like a Sunday or a Saturday, and
Mhm.
the gentleman to the rear called them. They came out, cut most of the tree, and told me that I had to take down the rest before it killed someone.
Mhm.
And we used their company to do it. Newcomb tree. And that's all the work that's been done on the property. We haven't moved ahead because we're waiting for the T zoning. Because there's a rezoning going on now with everything abutting a T station.
Mhm. Okay, and yeah, I know the siltation barrier's been up for a while, but I think you took most of it out by now. So that's what that line was. If you guys saw
Yeah,
the
we-
photos, that's what the siltation barrier was, like kind of wrapping around the back of the house.
And when we decided not to move forward with construction, we took out the path for the driveway to give access to the home.
Okay,
But yeah, no other trees at this time scheduled to come down. We have to assess that other one that is in the front that is dead. And see if it's gonna make it through this winter, but.
Okay, commissioners, do you have any questions? So Charlotte, I think that those are adequate explanations, and I think we can close the show cause
Mhm.
and move on.
works for me. Thank you, Mike, for clarifying that. We appreciate it.
Not a problem at all. Thank you.
Thanks for
You
coming.
guys want to vote to close it out?
Yeah, move to close the show cause hearing for NOI 2117 and stormwater permit 2116, 502 North Main Street. Do I have a second?
Second.
We'll have a roll call vote. Will Ashton,
Will Ashton, aye.
Kathy Berrigan,
Kathy Berrigan, aye.
Eric Eisenhower,
Eric Eisner, aye.
Tom Bell, aye. That vote passes 4-0-0. Okay,
Thank you, Mike.
our next
Welcome.
show cause hearing is for 17 Sora Street. The issue here is illegal discharge of swimming pool water to a town catch basin.
And if the owner of 17 Sawyer's in the audience, please raise your hand and I can promote you. Otherwise, I'll just go to the site photos. We'll see if they raise their hand. So this, I'm sure you guys have, heard in my other updates, I've been getting quite a lot of calls about discharging of pool water because it's just that time of year where everyone's decommissioning their pools. But the general, note is that it's not allowed unless you follow the proper BMPs. Sorry, I'm just pulling up my photos here. I don't see anyone raising their hand, but all right, I'll go along without them. Sorry, give me 1 second. Jeez, where is it? It's fun when you have 50 million screens open. There we go. Sorry about that. It was in OneDrive. I've been getting a lot of calls about this fall. I've already spoken to and gotten a few calls, so this was just one of them. I got here and it was a pool company. I think it was South Shore. Let me just confirm that it was South Shore. South Shore Pool Company was on the site. The pipe was, the hose was coming from the back of the property. I talked to the company, manager / lead on the site, and he said that they were draining it towards the back of the house, but because it was a larger pool, the backyard had started to flood. So he didn't personally apparently see it done, but his crew moved the discharge hose from the back of the house to the front of the house, and we're putting it in the catch basins. As you can see, it goes into the catch basin. So I had spoken to, his name was Keith. I spoke to him on site saying that this is not allowed directly in a catch basin or any body of water, but there are BMPs of what you can do to properly, decommission your pool for the season. And you have to spread it over existing landscaping, being mindful of the street and abutting neighbors. And then it has to be at the right chlorine levels, which is essentially none. It has to be at the right pH, et cetera, et cetera. So I did send our BMP's letter to the owners with the violation letter. And I haven't heard from them directly. Again, I'll check the audience to see if they're raising their hand or if they're posting a comment, but this is just something that we have to just let, people know that under the stormwater bylaw and the wetlands protection bylaw and other state and federal laws, it is illegal to dump any pollutant discharged or illicit discharge directly into a catch basin or body of water. So with these kinds of issues, I'm not sure if the commission kind of wants to issue a warning first and then more enforcement later. I'll defer to you guys, but I have to say I've got like probably 6 calls this year about this from abutters, from police, and from town staff.
Charlotte, is this the first time that there's been discharge from this site?
This is the first that I see. I can, obviously check back a lot of years back, but recently this is the first time I've been called to this site since I've been here.
Comments from commissioners?
Charlotte?
Mhm.
If a person properly treats his water or untreats his water, so there's no chlorine and no chemicals in it, can they dump it in the street then?
I'm not sure about in the street.
Or,
It's just,
excuse me,
yeah.
in the drain. Is it allowed or is it not? Because I got the impression that if the people spent the time and the effort to get rid of the chlorine and do all the things that are in the BMP, that they can put it in the storm drain, because it's essentially.
Yeah, I don't think you're allowed. I can double check, but as far as I'm aware, under laws that are not our jurisdiction, but just in general, it's also public health code as well.
Yeah,
You are not allowed to directly discharge into a catch basin or a body of water. It has to be dispersed over existing landscaping. So it's
Okay.
allowed to kind of get filtered and percolate a little bit before it directly goes into
Okay.
the water bodies in the catch basins. So, you're essentially skipping a step here by dumping it directly into the street and in the catch basin.
Right.
Because then
Okay.
it obviously collects, of course, all the lovely stuff that's on asphalt in addition to the pool water. So it's a
Certainly.
pollutant no matter which way you look at it. So if they bring all the pool, stuff down to the appropriate levels at the right pH, you disperse it over existing landscaping. That is typically the best way to handle decommissioning a pool for the season. But in this case, they had essentially almost flooded the backyard. So that's why they switched to the front of the street. So I'm not sure how much was actually dumped into the catch basin by the time I got here, but that was the story I was, that I heard.
Charlotte,
Oh, sorry.
are they, to do this correctly, are they supposed to submit some sort of certified chemical analysis of the water to the town to get a permit before they can do this? Or how does one actually go about this? Or are we running on the trust method that they actually do meet the chemical parameters that are stipulated?
I will need to speak with the Board of Health director in the town about that. But as far as I'm aware, I don't know if you have to get anything specific from the town, but if you were to discharge, it may or may not need a general construction permit from EPA with a stormwater prevention pollution plan. So you definitely, like something like that, to do activities like this would require a lot of permitting. So on the town's end, I'm not so sure, but I can double check, but this might be something, since we're probably going to see issues like this come up next year, we can kind of figure out what kind of permitting might be needed from the town. I just know that under Mass General Law with like the public health code and stuff, it's not allowed. The Board of Health director, given the frequency of these calls that I received, they have posted this guidance in our BMP sheet to their website. They've linked the Mass General Law from, I think it's the public health code. Like they have listed that on their website of like pool discharging BMPs. So Board of Health is also trying to notify people about this. And it seems like some people saw it, it was posted in the town emails and I believe on social media. So I think some people did see it after these events occurred. So, and I think it's just going to be an education thing with the contractors. There was another call that I received on South Main where the person was doing it correctly. And so, it's just going to be a matter of kind of monitoring this. And then every time we issue a permit for a stormwater permit or a wetlands permit, we're just going to have to emphasize the BMPs for pools and kind of making sure that applicants are aware. So that's something that we can do on our end with permitting. And then I'll double check with the town as to whether or not any other type of permitting is needed. But to my knowledge, you are not allowed to directly discharge into a catch basin regardless of what you do to the water.
Yeah, but even to discharge to your backyard.
Yeah, that I'm not sure.
You have to remove the chlorine. As a former Texas pool owner, I know I don't even know how you begin to do that. If I tried to do that in Texas, we would have had mosquitoes till hell wouldn't have them. So, maybe Eric, as a New England ex-pool owner, has something to say about this.
I can say most pools here, I understand, because I've discussed it with South Shore Gunite. Most pools they build are surrounded by large fragments of stone. All right, they dig it, and then they, the process is to put stone along the base of it on all sides. A heck of a lot of it, truckloads of it. And my pool has that. And I take a third of my pool and I just put it without chlorine, I let it dissipate, and just put the hose going down next to the pool, and it disappears in the stone. It percolates into the stone, and that's the last see of it. All right. So I think modern pool construction is an option you may want to look at, Charlotte, which is telling these people, put it into the ground next to your pool, because most pools have a great deal of infiltration capability along the sides. So
careful, Eric.
That's all I know.
You may have just admitted to an illegal discharge.
No. That's not illegal discharge, because mine is chemical free. I can't keep chlorine in my pool anyways.
Really?
No, it disappears. This last summer, it was almost completely chlorine free. For
okay,
reasons I can't explain.
In this specific case, though, it's not that anybody tested this water. I realize they wouldn't be able to discharge into the catch basin anyway, but we don't know whether they had at least taken the step of taking the time to let the water become chlorine before. So,
yeah, that's
okay,
I think these are the golden questions of like, are they testing the water before it's being discharged, or are they just being called to site saying, hey, empty my pool? And
yeah, I'm surprised that a company called South Shore Pool wouldn't understand these BMPs before engaging in this work.
Well, one of the guys even admitted when I pulled up to the site was like, I knew this was a bad idea. So
oh yeah.
I
didn't even have to talk. I pretty much got out of the car and I said, hi, I'm here for, and he goes, that? And I said, yeah. And he's like, I knew this was a bad idea. And I was like, all right, do you have your manager on site?
I think all the pool companies know very well how to get rid of the chlorine. All right. And that's the feign ignorance is ridiculous.
It's also probably the path of least resistance, because I'm sure if they tried to disperse it, like if it's a really tight site, I'm sure they're going to get far more fury from any neighbors who are going to, if you have a large lap pool and you're spreading that over a tiny lot, of course it's going to flood the neighbor's property. So sometimes the path of least resistance is they might just dump it into the street. But then people still call about it when it's dumped into the street. That's most of the calls that I got. People were like, someone's doing this. It doesn't seem like it's allowed. So, and the question of,
six calls.
Yeah. Huh?
Is it all from this pool? You said you got 6 calls. Is it all from this pool?
Oh, that was like 6, 7 calls, like for different sites. So this was just one of them. Yeah, this was one that I caught. So.
Okay.
It's just, I think this has always been happening, and maybe people might just be more aware. Maybe there's different neighbors who are concerned, but town staff called, police have called me, neighbors have called me, people who choose to remain anonymous have called me. So it's an ongoing issue, especially with all the pool permits we see. So, maybe we can think
over
about
2 weeks or something. I mean, I know they don't.
This was all over like 2, 3, maybe even. Yeah, this was literally all at once, just constantly going to people discharging sites. Yeah.
But if you have a giant pool and not enough room for it to infiltrate into your own property, maybe do 20% of the pool, then wait a few days and do another 20% of the pool, and wait a few days.
But that costs more money.
And let me just say, these people only have to take 20% of the 25% of the water away. Really, that's all they need. They're not emptying their pools. It'd be crazy to do that. The pool,
and then just cover it.
They did that. So they have to leave a lot of water in. My pool was emptied in 2 hours, or 20% down in 2 hours of a small pump, and it went straight down into the gravel next to the pool, never to be seen again, and it had no chlorine in it. So,
the objective here is to reduce the total dissolved solids. Is that it?
I'm sorry, what's that?
The objective here is to reduce the total dissolved solids in your pool water.
It's a funny thing. They said they don't want it to go up too high and then overflow into the pool mechanism. But when it goes into the scuppers
yeah.
on the side, it goes into the ground anyways. It goes straight down. So I'm not really sure why we empty the pools, to be honest, Tom, because they self-drain. I think they take care of themselves.
Yeah, with issues like this, I guess, do we want to, for this instance in particular, do we want to just kind of close the show cause and maybe send a follow-up letter, just noting that one, you know,
I think a follow-up, in my
Yeah.
opinion, I think a follow-up letter to the the homeowner here, you might say, hey, when we call you in for a show cause hearing, maybe it's in your interest to come.
they might have, they might have raised their hand. Some people did jump off, so they may or may not have been here. I feel bad, I cannot remember the name. So they may have been in the audience and maybe they just jumped off, but I'll send a, you know, I'm sure if they were in the audience, I'm sure I'll talk to them at some point, but I'll send a follow-up letter just to kind of reiterate.
Let's send a letter to South Shore Pool to
absolutely.
and tell them that in fact, on the advice of our legal counsel, we can levy a penalty on them as well.
I was gonna say, why don't we levy a nominal penalty just so that it's on the record, like $25 or $50, just so they know.
I'll check with council on that, but they did say that.
Let's give them a warning.
Yeah, maybe a warning,
Okay.
but
Yeah.
South Shore Pool Company is South Shore, so maybe they've been efficiently warned, but next time we catch them, you know, we can say that you were warned the first time at this property address, now you're doing it, you know, if they do it, you know, then we can note the fines. So that's probably something that at least town council seemed to be like, you can do this. So maybe the first time for either a company or a property owner, let them off with a warning and a slap on the wrist after a discussion and show cause, just so that they can be made publicly aware. And then if the companies or the owners are consistently found doing this, then, you know, fines do seem appropriate. They would have to be ratified by the commission, and they, if they are appealed, will go to Quincy District Court. So now that I know how to issue the fines, because you have to send them in triplicate form, it's actually quite extensive and extremely obnoxious. But I will just note that our stormwater bylaw edits were approved by the Attorney General. We just don't have the official letter yet. So now under the bylaw and non-criminal disposition, section 21D, we can issue up to $300 fines for the stormwater bylaw and $300 for the wetlands. So that could be a hefty $600 fine every time someone does it. You know, there's always the downside of people might just pay it and say, whatever, I'm going to do it every time. But at the very least, you have a record. And, you know, so warnings are probably good the first time around, and then it's really the best you can do, I think.
The pool company, I mean, they're going around to other pools, so they should inform their clients that here's what we can do and here's what we can't do.
Yeah, so I think it'll just be a painful growing lesson for contractors and owners and anybody who proposes to build a pool. It's like, you know, it's in the order of conditions if they have a wetlands permit. It's in the stormwater bylaw of, you know, no activities allowed that may degrade water quality. So it's clearly written from a legal standpoint in our bylaws. And then I wouldn't know, I would have to look into whether or not other town permits are needed, but under other state and federal laws, it's definitely not allowed to directly do that in a catch basin. So, Tom, with that said, do we want to send a follow-up letter to the owners and the pool company and close the show cause?
Well, let's see what the rest of the commissioners say.
Oh yeah, sorry, that's to you guys in general.
Yeah, I mean, not calling a vote. I just would like to hear whether you guys want to do something more severe or less severe.
I like give the warning first and then follow up with fines if necessary.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm on board for that.
Okay. Eric, what do you think? Do you have some sympathy for pool owners?
His video's off.
He probably fell asleep.
I think our administrative costs in collecting 25 or 50 bucks would probably be more than actually the 25 or 50 bucks. So I think if we're not going to do 300, it's probably not worth doing it at all, you know?
Okay.
Yeah.
So I move that we close the show cause hearing for 17 Sora Street and issue a letter of rebuke to the homeowner and South Shore Pool. Second?
Second,
Okay, we'll have a vote. Will Ashton,
Will Ashton, I.
Kathy Berrigan,
Kathy Berrigan, I.
Eric Eisenhower,
A chlorine-free Eric Eisenhower votes aye.
Tom Bell, a mosquito-free. Aye. That passes 4-0-0.
Okay.
Okay,
All right. So it looks like our next show cause hearing is for 341 South Main Street. The
Mhm.
issue is removal of trees within the wetlands buffer without a permit. Sound
Okay.
familiar?
Yep, and I do not see the applicants unless someone who is the applicant or a representative of them, applicant owner. So please raise your hand if any of you are in the audience representing this property, but essentially got another call from an abutter that someone was cutting down trees on 341 South Main Street. I did speak to, I'll pull up the letter because I need to remember their name, but I did speak to the arborist who was on the site pretty much just finishing up by the time I got there. He said that they were, okay, so it was Forrest McGuire of Commonwealth Arborists, does work locally in the area. He pretty much said that they were taking out some dead trees and live Norway maples. And obviously explained the rules to him. So he said it was about, I think, 6 or 7 trees, mostly dead, and a couple Norway maples. And so I haven't heard from the owners. So, this letter was just sent to them and the contractor was noted. But I didn't walk the site just because I didn't see the owner's home, but I did talk to to Forrest. And I think this is just going to be another company versus owner issue where you may have to send them both letters. Because he did bring up a point that, you guys don't have to agree with it, but it is the realistic factor of, he said that for every job that I turn down, another contractor will just come in and do the same thing and do it in a worse way. So, he had the chipper in the driveway. He wasn't bringing heavy machinery in the back of the property. He was trying to be mindful of, the property and, if there were wetlands back there. I don't know if he knew there were wetlands back there. So I'll pull up this was an approved site plan just to kind of give you guys a reference of where the work was occurring. But yeah, it's pretty much just, the owners, I don't think were home when I stopped by. So this might just be another, I don't know if you guys want to do anything or send a follow-up letter, but a lot of professionals have expressed the same thing of they're trying to do the right thing and they feel kind of jaded and, screwed out of certain contracts when they decline saying, oh, you need a conservation permit. And then the next time someone just hires somebody else who's like, oh, I'll cut it down and I don't care. So I don't know. It's, sorry, I'm pulling up the as-built from a previous project just to show you guys, but
Another
not
dog
really
ate
sure if
my
you
We
guys-
start,
Another
if we
dog
start
ate my
finding them,
orange
whatever they
juice.
make. If we
What was
start
that?
finding them, whatever they make for cutting them down, then they'll stop doing it.
Mhm.
Getting pretty tired of these.
Sorry, it's too many documents I have open right now.
So one thing I'd recommend, Charlotte, is contact the homeowner and confirm how many, you can just look at the stumps and tell whether it's a dead tree or not. And get a full count, I suppose.
Yeah. So the backyard, you can see the tree line here. So I assume that these trees were cut down somewhere along this tree line. So could be in the 50, could be in the 100, most likely, especially back here. He did say some of the trees were close to the house, so it could have been maybe some of these. I'm not really sure. We can look at aerial imagery, but I don't have any aerial imagery that's updated from a few weeks ago. So, since I haven't heard from the owners, I can send a follow-up letter, but I don't know if you guys have any other enforcement preferences.
I think we should require a map or a plan from a arborist that'll sign off on this. Preferably one that's not called Forest. And see where the trees were, identify each stump by its diameter and species, and let's take a closer look at this. This looks, if they're cutting in the buffers, it's a case where we would probably want to see remediation.
Yeah.
Yep.
Do we want just a letter or do we want something else? Like an enforcement order?
Yeah, I would say an enforcement order, actually, in this case, it's in the buffer. And again, we are tightening up on people that think they could just go out there and cut in the buffer without any
Absolutely.
consequences.
Mm-hmm.
So yes, definitely an enforcement order here. And they don't even have the, don't even show us enough respect to show up for their own show cause hearing. Let's,
I will double check on my end because the letter was sent. I need to remember when I sent the letter. Because
registered?
usually I send them via certified mail, so I would get a green card back if the letter was delivered. Otherwise, there may be a chance that if they weren't there to sign for the letter, it may have been rejected and sent back to me. So that's why sometimes I send the letter in two formats. I send it via regular mail and certified mail, but the green card is a good way to determine that someone got it. So I will double check on that, but you know, I'm just trying to give them the benefit of the doubt just because, you know, there's always a chance that someone didn't see it, but
how many trees were involved?
Huh?
How many trees were involved?
I do not know. The guy said about 6 or 7, but I don't know, you know, if he was just
Okay.
trying to make it not seem like a big of a
That's not
deal.
a small number.
Mm-hmm.
So, yeah.
Yeah.
I'd say this is my opinion.
Mm-hmm.
I'd like to hear from the other commissioners to see whether they are on board for this or want to just have a letter of rebuke or what.
I think we need to follow your, you know, what you're talking about, Tom. I think a letter of rebuke's a waste of time. All right. There are good intending citizens at Cohasset calling these people and complaining. I think we have to not reward these people, but follow up and enforce the regulations. Otherwise, it becomes a bit of a mockery on our behalf, I think.
I agree.
But we have to be sure of the numbers. You got to count, you know, count the stumps and do all that. And
Size, species.
I was saying the ones by the house actually probably don't count because they're not in the buffer zone, right?
Yeah.
Let me see.
You were talking about some.
So this is the 100-foot buffer line. So most of the left side of the property is, well, I would say half the property is in wetlands jurisdiction. The front right half that's facing the street. So if they were cutting down these like trees like here, that's fine.
Yeah,
But
okay.
it seemed like the work was in the back because I did see at least 1 or 2 stumps back here. So probably in the
That's all.
100 or the 50.
Okay.
So,
Right.
and one thing that I would want to clarify is if you do want to issue an enforcement order, you should probably list the violator as the person doing the work and then the owner on, you know, that's kind of what we did with other enforcement orders where you name the violator who's different from the property owner. I mean, ultimately, the responsibility does fall to the property owner because you hired the person. But the guy even admitted again, like, you know, if I had turned down this job, there was another guy who's just going to do it and cut it down and possibly
That's
not
irrelevant.
get caught. So
Charlotte, that's irrelevant.
I know, I'm just saying.
Don't even want to hear it.
Okay, all right.
Well,
Well, do you want to
Brad-
list the violator and the owner as a separate or just send the enforcement order to the owner?
I think a lot of times you won't know who the operator is. They're
Yeah,
gonna
unless
show
I
up
see
and
them on the site,
They're
right?
going to be on the ground. There's not going to be someone on the site. In that
Mhm.
case, you have to go to the owner.
Yeah.
Based on our last conversation with council, I think it's appropriate to send a letter to both of them.
Mm-hmm. So address the violator as the contractor and the owner as the owner. Okay. We've done that for other enforcement orders,
Yeah.
so.
Right. I mean,
You'd have to,
we've got to discourage these guys from just doing whatever they want to do.
mm-hmm. So for an enforcement order, you would have to vote to issue one with whatever parameters that you're looking for. And I would recommend just thinking of deadlines and not putting it on the December 7th meeting. But yeah, so an enforcement order, you should list the parameters of what you want and when you want it.
Okay, so here's where you come in, Kathy. Kathy, our secretary now is going to be recording our conditions that we set for things, and then, so when we make a motion, she can read them off and I don't have to remember them. So, you ready, Kathy?
Yes, and I kindly ask, when somebody says it, to speak clearly and a little bit slowly, so I can get it all properly. And I would appreciate that.
Okay, so the first condition is we would require a certified arborist to create a plan plotting each tree, its diameter, its species, and whether it was alive or dead when he cut it.
I did not get all of that.
Okay,
Require a certain arborist, a certified arborist, to create a plan.
of the location of each tree, or the locations of all the trees on the plan that were cut.
Trees on. Mm-hmm.
A measure of their diameter,
Mm-hmm.
the species, and whether it was dead or alive when it was cut.
Okay.
Any further conditions, commissioners?
I recommend a timeline.
Right.
Yeah,
But let's get let's make sure we have all the facts first, and then we'll set the timeline last. Will, do you have anything that you want other than that to see here from this? Okay. Eric?
yeah, Tom, I think more often than not, Charlotte, you'll be in a case where you don't know who the operator is. You then have to have a condition whereby you have to go to the owner and get the name of the operator. You know, his name, address, name of the company, and the date that he performed the work on.
This time I do know, but I agree with that, yeah.
That has to be a condition that, you know.
But not in this case. We already know that, we already have that information in this case.
In this case, yeah.
But yeah, definitely, when we do have a situation where we don't know who the tree cutting company was and exactly when they did it, then of course we'd want that as well.
Yeah.
But that's not a condition in this case.
Oh, okay.
So so now we need to give them a reasonable time to respond. 21 days, you think, Charlotte?
Will, sorry, did you have anything to add? You were muted. Wasn't sure if you were talking to somebody else in the background.
No, sorry, I was shaking my head. No, I'm good.
Oh, okay. All right.
So Charlotte, 21 days, you think that's fair?
Yeah, 21 days, 30 days. Pretty standard.
Well, if we say 30 days, then we're sure to push them off into the next year, which is
Yes.
good. And it also gives them plenty of time to find an arborist to actually do this.
Yeah.
And a further condition that it be a disinterested party. In other words, the person who cut the trees cannot be the person who does the analysis. So it has to be, it cannot be Forrest Gump or whatever his name was to do this.
Separate party from the violator.
Yes,
Okay.
separate party from the violator. Okay, so we're all set up then to, I make a motion to issue a enforcement order with the conditions as stated. Kathy will read those into the record.
The first condition is that we require a certified arborist to create a plan of the location of all the trees on the plan that were cut and measure their diameter, list their species, and whether these trees were dead or alive when they were cut. And the second condition is that the person who cut the trees cannot be the person who creates the plan as listed above in the first order, in the first condition.
And then the final condition is that they have 30 days to respond.
Okay.
Good. Do we have a second for this?
Second,
Second,
Great. We'll have a vote. Will Ashton,
Will Ashton, I.
Kathy Berrigan,
Kathy Berrigan, aye.
Eric Eisenhower,
Eric Eisner, aye.
Tom Bell, aye. This motion passes 4-0-0. Okay, moving to our final show cause hearing. It's for 76 Lambert's Lane under NOI 2019 and Stormwater Permit 2026. Charlotte.
All right, so we have the applicant and property owner, Mike Marchetti, and the engineer, Brian Potvin from CEC Engineers. Brian, I'm sorry if I got your company name incorrect. So I'm gonna go through some information, and I apologize, it will take a while, but I think if you bear with me, it will give a lot of insight on this project. And yeah, so I'm gonna do that. Please bear with me, but I think in this order it will be helpful. So just to show the commission for reference, since November 2020, this was the approved plan. The sports court was originally supposed to be closer to the property line. Since the order of conditions was issued in November 2020, it was reviewed by Zoning Board of Appeals, who did not want the sports court this close to the property line. So it was pushed back to the 20-foot setback. And in order to do that, the sports court was slightly reduced in width to stay out of the 50-foot buffer. And in the addition of 4 additional lights, which were added partially in the 100-foot buffer, that was submitted with the building permit in March 2021. These plans were sent to the previous agent at the time, and the building permit was issued in April 2021. So to show the reference of the updated plan, I will pull it up, but this is just to give the commission the difference in where the sports court was when we looked at it versus the area where it was moved to. So as you can see, it's moved a little bit further south from that property line. At least on the plan, it shows the 50-foot buffer right here in this curved line. And you can't see it on the plan, but submitted with the building permit was a lighting schematic with the 4 additional lights that was issued with the building permit and approved by the previous agent. From April 2021 to July 2021, there was an approved planting plan that was approved in November 2020 with the order conditions. So this was the approved plan. You can see the 100-foot buffer and 50-foot buffer here, and all the plantings in these circular green and red and yellow colors. Since the order conditions was issued, the applicant worked with the interim agent in April, May, and June, July 2021 to come up with a new planting plan or revised planting plan, excuse me. And I will pull that up. But essentially, there were more trees that were added. Sorry, give me one sec. There were more trees that were added around the back of the solar panel. And so the species were modified, the count was modified, and that was reviewed with the interim agent. Sorry, I'm too many documents open. Sorry, second. God. Okay, there we go. Sorry.
It's not coming up.
Yep.
Oh, there we go.
So this was the updated plan from the previous colored plan that I just showed you. So the interim agent had reviewed these counts here and had modified them. So it was a different landscaping contractor and architect that created this plan, and it was reviewed by the previous agent. He changed the count of some of the native trees that were proposed from the original plan. And so this plan was approved in late July 2021. So this is, you know, pretty much the timeline of up to, you know, before I started. So that gives the commission a little bit of history with some of the previous changes that were made to the plans. And having said that, I will move into the special conditions, because there were a lot of them with this permit. And then I will come back to some of the other changes just to give you that full picture. So I'm sorry, please bear with me. There are a lot of them. There were several special conditions that were issued by the commission. One of them, number 52, was the 15 to 20 trees planted in the combined disturbed area in the 50-foot buffer. The species will correspond to native species found in the area believed to be primarily white pine. Planting of fewer trees in this area due to unsuitable terrain shall require approval from the conservation agent. The engineer's response was confirming that suitable planting regions were identified and presented to the commission with an emphasis on the large area of ledge close to the southeast corner of the sports court, which is this area right here. And in terms of, you know, my response to this, obviously, since I was not present for the planting with the interim agent, I, you know, can only confer from the correspondence that I reviewed in May to July 2021 with the correspondence with the interim agent about plantings. So I would assume that he walked the site with the applicant, and I'm sure the applicant can weigh in on that as well. So that's the first condition. The second special condition was the trees to be planted were to be 2 to 5 inches in diameter and planted randomly, AKA not linear. As you can see from this plan, you know, they are somewhat in a linear format here, but they are a little bit more alternated over here. So the trees are definitely 2 to 5 inches in diameter. I walked the site and looked at a lot of the deciduous, which are more than 2 inches, 3 inches, possibly even 4 or 5. And the coniferous species were also larger than that. So they were planted in that size. With the exception of the ones obviously along here, most of them were planted in a semi-random format. They were slightly alternating between species along this eastern side of the sports court here. Most of them up here were eastern red cedars, and I'll get to that in a little bit later. But the areas here were, you know, kind of tight, of course, with the amount of ledge. So that's that condition. And then the third condition was work in a 100-foot buffer, excluding the installation of the sports court and related apparatus will be done primarily by hand. Use of heavy machinery allowed solely to move oversized root balls and remove compacted soils. The engineer's comment was use of heavy machinery was reviewed by the commission and a certified arborist. The said heavy equipment was used for removal of compacted soils and rock to allow proper placement of plantings. So, of course, since I was not here for the time of the initial plantings to confirm this, the aerial imagery that I reviewed between July 2021 and August 2021, I don't see any evidence of heavy machinery. That half the trees were planted on the northern end of the court between this time. Between October 2021 and April 2022, that's when the plantings along here were starting to be installed. And then between April 2022 and August 2022, most of the plantings along this area here on the south side of bottom side of the sports court and the eastern side here to the planting beds were planted by, fall 2022. The next condition was soil in all non-built up buffer zones should be decompacted through hand tilling to return to original condition. Loosening is necessary for seed mixture to flourish. Engineer confirmed soil was loosened and prepared for the application of the seed mixture in fall 2022. Again, I know repetitive, but since I wasn't present for that, I can't confirm that part, but it was noted in a December 12th, 2022 planting analysis report from Skyline from a certified arborist that the seed mixture was spread and just hadn't germinated yet. And then kind of leading to that, there's another condition about planting in the 50-foot buffer. Once it's completed, the area should be left undisturbed for at least 3 years to allow rejuvenation of the buffer zone flora. Engineer confirms that the applicant understands this condition. The final work was done in the fall of 2022. The report was provided December 2023. So kind of starting, I'm sorry, 2022, excuse me. So starting from last December, we would need to see a 3-year timeline, you know, so this could be issued as an ongoing condition. There does appear to be some brush removal and trimming in the buffer zones, so I'll get to that in a little bit. The next condition was irrigation of new plantings, trees, shrubs, seed mixtures should be provided for a minimum of 1 year. No fertilizers, soil additives, pesticides, herbicides shall be used. So engineer confirms the applicant understands the conditions. I did observe during the final inspection that the trees appear to be in good health. The irrigation systems were installed according to the December 2022 planting report, that it encompasses the full mitigation areas. So, you know, based on, with the exception of a few trees, most of them appear to be in good health. And then 3 more conditions. Piles of sawdust, cut wood, and pulled tree stumps shall be removed from the buffer zone. Engineer confirms applicant understands this condition. I did not see any sawdust piles, cut wood, or tree stumps, with the exception of a few tiny ones behind some of the mitigation plantings, but I did not see any of that on the site during my final inspection. Beginning on the date of the final mitigation plantings, annual inspection shall occur. Report shall be provided for 3 consecutive years. Report shall include at a minimum condition of plantings, how many have died, how many are to be replaced. Report shall be prepared by a professional, such as a landscape architect, arborist, horticulturist, etc. So the initial planting report was provided by a certified arborist December 2022, listing all of that information. And so we would need a subsequent report for the next 2 years. Project is to be completed in its entirety by January 1st, 2022. This condition was tricky. It was acknowledged during the final hearing before an order of conditions was issued that given the pandemic, the commission was acknowledging that this condition may need to be extended. So that was confirmed during the closure of the public hearing when the condition was issued. And I will just note that I did clarify with council that this condition is a little bit not feasible because all orders of conditions last 3 years. And so usually these conditions are typically only issued for specific phases of specific projects within that 3-year time. So having said that, that's all the special conditions. Before I continue into some of the deviations noted by myself and the engineer, does anybody have any questions, or does the applicant or the engineer have anything else to add?
Charlotte, there was some question about the lights. The approved plan that you showed had 4 light stanchions.
Sorry?
There was some issue about the lights for the sports court.
Yes.
And you showed the approved plan and it only had 4 on it. Is that
yes, yes, because an additional lighting schematic was provided with the building permit that showed 8 lights. So the updated plan didn't have, dated February 26, 2021, didn't have the 8 lights at the time. So I don't think the plan was updated, and the applicant can confirm if that's incorrect, but the lighting schematic that was provided was an additional supplementary document that was issued with the building permit that showed 8 lights.
So Eric and Kathy would remember that one of our concerns was lighting of the wildlife easement that exists along the east side of the sports court. And so essentially the town overrode us. Is that, how would you characterize that change that we did not approve and in fact were unaware of took place?
The only thing I can confirm is the information was sent to the previous agent via email. I do not have the previous agent's email response confirming that's okay, but the building permit was issued in April 2021, and the stormwater agent at the time had signed off on the building permit.
Okay. Thank you.
Oh, sorry, Mike, did you have anything to add? Sorry.
I remember that meeting as well, and the chairman at that time had said, I'm not even sure that's our purview to discuss lighting with the easement. I don't know if that's accurate or not. That was part of the discussion.
Yes, I recall that as well. And as an ordinary matter, we do not. However, with regard to the wildlife easement, if I recall correctly, we concluded that we do have at least jurisdiction about interference with that wildlife easement, and lighting at night is certainly interfering with wildlife. So I think that that's what we arrived at. Maybe Kathy or Eric have a clearer recollection than I do, or a different recollection.
While ago.
I believe that is correct.
Eric, you're muted.
I have a very fuzzy recollection in terms of the clarity and the, you know, of our response to that, Tom, all right? There were different viewpoints, depending on who you talk to. And I'm not sure right now how that whole thing ended up, all right? I wish I could be helpful.
You're always helpful, Eric. Kathy, did you have something to say about it?
Just that I believe that what you said was accurate.
Yeah. So in any case, the town seems to have walked over the top of us on this, which is never a good thing. But in any case, that's water under the bridge.
Okay.
Okay. Can I move on?
Yes.
Okay. So I will get to the as-built in a moment, but in the COC request and report that Brian had provided, he listed some deviations, which I will read. The sports court was reduced in size and shifted north to avoid encroaching in the 50-foot buffer. So this was the approved plan, just for reference, from the building permit after ZBA had reviewed it. I'm going to pull up the as-built. Sorry. There we go. So as you guys may be able to see, and I can try to pull up two documents, but it does, you know, show that the sports court is slightly narrower and was shifted a little bit further north here to avoid the 50-foot buffer. The raised garden beds were relocated southeast as shown on the plan. So the garden beds were supposed to be about kind of here. So they were shifted just a little bit to the southeast, partially in the 100-foot buffer. But the garden beds were pretty much like right here from the plan. Engineer references skyline landscaping plan for planting work and overall improvements to the project. And I'll just note that the skyline mitigation plan was revised and redone by Ivy Studio after the order of conditions was issued, and the revised plan was reviewed and approved by the previous agent in July 2021. And then the last comment was the stormwater management system was revised to enhance on-site recharge and detention of runoff, added 12 Coltech 180 HD recharge units to increase available storage volume capacity and mitigate peak runoff associated volumes to be below pre-construction levels. And then with the COC request, an updated stormwater management summary and HydroCAD analysis were provided upon my request. I will just also clarify that I don't see from the approved plan a change in the number of StormTech units. So there were supposed to be 12 on the approved plan, at least under the one for the building permit. So that may have been a change earlier on. And Brian, feel free to correct me on that, but at least from the February 26, 2021 plan that was submitted with the building permit versus the plan that we approved in November 2020, I didn't see a change in the number of stormwater recharge chambers, and there was no change in the trench that goes around the sports court. But thank you for providing the updated calculations, because given some of the other changes I'll go through, the commission does often request updated stormwater management summaries as part of the COC process. So with that, I'll move to the other changes that were noted before and during final inspection. So this existing pool and patio that you see here on the as-built was redone and reconfigured. So there was an existing pool here in a different circular shape with a patio. So the patio was redone, and Brian has calculated on the as-built the changes, which show a 100 square foot reduction in the existing impervious from the previous design. So the original impervious surface was 3,700 square feet, and 3,800, excuse me. And the revised conditions that you see here in the as-built are 3,700 square feet. That's a 100 square foot reduction. This was an awkward transition process where I had just started and I was not notified of this change, probably because of it was a reduction and not an increase. So I did speak to the building inspector about that regardless of the change and regardless of whether or not it's in the 100-foot buffer zone, all changes need to be submitted to me in writing. So just noting that. And so moving on to plantings. So I'll pull up the planting plan, but I'll just note that you can see the plantings here on the as-built, but for clarification purposes, I'm going to pull up the approved plan. Okay, so within the 100-foot buffer, so you guys can see that here. There were just kind of want to note that I could be misreading this because my eyes are terrible, but the number of plantings that is totaled here for the trees outside and within the 100-foot buffer versus the revisions that Steve Ivis had suggested, this total does not equal this total from the numbers. So this is actually 84. This was totaled to 84, not 77. So with that, I'm not sure how many of those trees were supposed to be within the 100-foot buffer versus outside of the 100-foot buffer. So this one is pretty clear, the trees behind the solar panel, but I just wanted to note that when I was doing my final inspection and analysis of the counts. So please be mindful of that when I read the totals here. So within the 100-foot buffer in here, and partially in the 50 with some of these plantings, there does appear to be some brush and low-lying vegetation removal kind of around the mitigation plantings. And it's partially in the 50. So I think the applicant can provide some clarity on that for the planting work. The seed mix was installed according to the December 2022 final planting report. I didn't really see on site that it was fully germinated. In the report from December 2022, the certified arborist had noted, given some extreme drought conditions, it was likely that a lot of that didn't germinate for that reason. So the applicant may be able to speak more to that, but I didn't really see a full germination in between the plantings. There was a lot of ledge that the contractors had to work with to install some of these plantings, but just noting what I see. And so the tree count within the 100-foot buffer on the approved plan, and I'm just going to go by the numbers in this column here, 63 trees within the 50 to 100-foot buffer, plus or minus, given this increase in 7 pitch pine. I counted in the 150-foot buffer, I counted 56 total trees, 8 black oaks, 14 red maples, 21 eastern red cedars, 12 white pines with 1 that had died, and 1 what looked like it was a dogwood. And so there were some species changes in the 100-foot buffer and possibly the 50-foot buffer that the pitch pines were not planted. It was mostly all white pine. But according to that special condition to plant the seemingly original native plants, which appeared to be white pine, that was one of the species changes. So there weren't any pitch pines. They're pretty much all white pine for coniferous. I didn't see an eastern redbud. There was only 1 that was supposed to be planted in the 100-foot buffer. And then more eastern red cedars were planted in comparison to the maples and oaks within the 100-foot buffer. So other than the species changes, it was 56 versus 63 approved. The location of them is slightly different. So they are all behind the garden beds. They're in between the sports court and the garden beds. And then they do wrap all around here in the buffer zone. The only difference is there were not plantings that were installed in this area right here that you see on the approved plan to the east of the generator. And I think the applicant can speak more to that, but there just weren't any plantings installed here. So the shrub count within the 100-foot buffer approved was 28. So 28 shrubs within the 50 to 100-foot buffer, and outside of the buffer zone was 30. So a total of 58 shrubs for the whole project. In the 50 to 100-foot buffer and possibly a little bit in the 50, I counted 51 shrubs versus 28 approved. So 10 inkberry. Inkberry were all planted in this area here. 25 plus or minus bayberry. There were 4, possibly 5 dead ones, and 10 winterberry, and then 6 shrubs I couldn't identify because I'm sorry, I'm not an expert. So there were a few species changes. For example, no high bush blueberry I saw were planted There were some existing ones in the back here behind some of the mitigation plantings, but for the most part, it was mostly the bayberry, winterberry, and a few other species. And then the mitigation shrub plantings, again, the only other than, you know, all around where they were supposed to be, this was the only area here to the southeast of the garden beds, outside of this fenced area here to the east of the generator. This area was just supposed to have a few shrubs here, and they were not planted there. But the total count was 51 versus 28. Any questions there before I move to the stuff outside the buffer zone? Or Mike, do you have anything to add?
No, I can add a few things. One was trying to source the plants at that particular time in the summer. They went from New Hampshire to Maryland when Steve Ivas had said, pitch pine, don't bother getting. We had a problem getting them anyways. And one other, maybe black oak, or I can't remember. So he had approved, you know, get what you can get. And we had some coming from Maryland, some from New Jersey, just to try and get to the totals. Brendan told me it was a very tough year for doing it, and drought had killed a lot of the nursery's stuff by midsummer. And then at the very bottom of the plan by the generator, probably not the most accurate picture because my current pine trees in the forest take up most of that land. Then there's a birch tree that isn't, it's kind of directly south of that generator. So there's actually already mature trees, pine trees, where most of these were in this diagram. So the diagram wasn't 100% accurate. What else? Yeah, the seed mix did germinate. I think I sent a few pictures of the flowers that came up mostly east of the garden, but right by the ledge, kind of closer to the sports court. You know, there were a few there, but it didn't really come up. So I have another whole bag of the seed mix to try again this spring. The clearing, we have a new landscape company, 3 different site visits and emails saying do not touch anything east of the court. And they came, and as I sent an email to Charlotte saying they took the weed whacker to in between the plantings, and you know, maybe 3 or 4 weeks ago. So I tried. I wasn't home during the weekday to stop it. I guess it gives an opportunity to plant the additional seed mix in the spring, as Brendan suggested when he came by. Can't think of what else other than different agents had said, and I think Eric did too, for Brendan to try and plant where you can plant. Don't make it look like it's a nursery row. Try and make it random. So that's what he tried to do.
Good, good.
And is Brendan going to submit the second or subsequent planting report from his inspection recently?
Yeah, and I forwarded you that one with the live.
Oh, from 11/11. Okay.
Yeah, but
So yeah, we
asked
just
him to correlate the two, right?
okay. Yeah, just for the subsequent report, I think we would just need the same information from the first report. So just kind of an update from that.
Right.
So I'll
Yeah.
just note that as, you know, for 2, you know, well, you've submitted 1, and then we just need more information for that one. And then the following year, we'd need a final report for
Yep.
3 consecutive years.
And I guess the 3 of us, between Jared, who did the plan, and Steve and me, when we moved the court south, he wanted a lot more trees as a buffer between, you know, the property line. And we did as well. So we moved some of the plantings that were south to the north, maybe, I don't know, 8 or so. But we added them to the total instead of just, you know, it was a net 0 because we were shifting them north, but instead we added them to that total. That makes sense. We just had 1 row of trees on the property line from the sports court to the property line. So we added a whole second row, but that came from shifting it. So we have kind of a false real total that we were shooting for. That's about.
Eric, maybe you can speak to this, Eric. I believe that seed mix needs to go in before winter starts, so that you do get germination in spring. It needs a cold period on the ground.
I think it's probably 6 of one, half a dozen of the other, Tom. I think if you wait until spring, it's probably just as effective as putting it in now. It's getting late. It's going to be getting cold now, Tom. All right.
That's what they need.
Well,
Yeah, no, Brendan did
They
point
need to
that
be
out.
on the ground and they need to be cold over the winter, or they won't germinate in spring.
I'm not so
Yeah.
sure about that, but very often they become winter meals for the rodents and all the other animals out there. But
Yeah, sure.
people do plant in the spring, all right, and they plant now. So I'm not sure.
No, it's ideal in the fall, but it does work almost as well in the spring per Brendan. So he had said when he toured through, he said in the spring with the way things look.
Yeah. I think my concern here, and I'd like to get your comments, Doctor, is what about the invasives? Because this whole area is ripe for an invasion of invasive species. Have you had luck managing that, or where do you stand on that?
Which in the area where we planted?
Yeah, I think the whole area, given how clear it was, clear cut, it's wide open for an invasion of invasive species. Japanese knotweed, you name it, they're going to go in there. Have you had good luck in preventing that from moving forward?
Yeah, it wasn't touched until just 3 weeks ago.
Yeah.
So it was pretty good, other than Steve pointed out, Steve Ivis, that there was mustard plant, or
Yeah.
he had said, I was leery about touching anything. He said you could try and get rid of that. I didn't touch it, and it seemed to, not be as present. I don't know why.
Yeah. Okay. 'Cause I think that's your big challenge in the future, given how slow it's going to will be filling in, is to keep the invasives away from coming in and predominating. But that's a project for the future, I think, for you.
What am I allowed to do? Identify them and you can get rid of them, or?
It's a tough one, huh? Yeah, I think you need to have someone very educated to come in and give you some advice as to what should be done in the future.
But that is allowable.
Actually, it's not.
Yeah, I didn't want to touch.
Well,
In the 50-foot buffer, we don't allow even removal of invasives, which I would really like to change, but we haven't changed it yet.
And I had sent a couple of pictures, Charlotte, along to you that had the wildflowers.
Okay.
very nice.
Sorry, these are my site photos. I'm sorry they're slow to load, but I literally took a picture of every single plant. Counted them twice.
Don't show them all.
I won't. I'm showing the ones in the 100.
Okay, good.
So, okay, so before I move on to the plantings outside the 100-foot buffer, are there any other comments, questions, concerns from the commission? It sounds like we need to reapply the seed mix, look at germination, and receive just a little bit more information on the subsequent planting report, and then, subsequent reports could be issued as an ongoing condition. That's pretty common and recommended by DEP for monitoring. But I'm just going through, these are all the plantings in the 100-foot. Some of these are in the 50 from the diagram that I showed you. So, just
Charlotte,
going through them.
The area that is southeast of or east of the generator, and the southeast of that is shown on the plan as requiring plantings has not been done. So
yes, but
it looks like that needs to be completed.
It's forest. it's already the way the tree line goes, there's mature pine trees right there, so those branches come over and they don't quite touch the existing birch tree. So we had, actually, when Steve Ibis had come through, he had said, don't just cut all the branches on one side to fit in new trees. So he would rather.
Shirley, you want to bring up your map, the
Yeah.
most recent one? so
Yeah,
we can-
I'm doing that right now. Yep,
so we can-
read my
so
mind.
we can see that situation and
Mhm.
be better able to make a decision about it.
So this is the southeast side. I think this is you said it was a birch? There's an existing tree right here, but this was the area in the 100-foot buffer to the southeast of the garden beds that was supposed to have some extra trees and shrubs.
Yeah, if you look at the plan, it actually, they cut more east. They go right into the pines there. So it was not a
Yeah,
good.
so the plantings start pretty much right here behind the beds, not counting the bayberry and grasses that are around the generator. They start about right here on site.
I thought that certainly the plan showed.
Oh, sorry, that's as-built. This is the approved plan. So
Yeah.
it just goes a little bit further past, but again, as
Yeah.
you know, Mike noted, there's a tree that's right here.
And then east, there's pine trees already in place where.
Yeah.
More than half of those were put on the diagram.
Mhm.
So that was when Steve said, don't cut trees to put new trees in, basically fit them in was so though they've been fit in along and around the court and.
Mhm.
So it's just, I think the spacing of their pictures on the diagrams made it so it stretched it out and dropped a bunch down, but that's in the forest, half of them.
So the plan, I believe, shows the birch tree in gray. Right over-
Here.
Yeah. And as I look at the satellite imagery here, it looks like there certainly is space there to open space that's lawn now that the approved plan shows that it needed to extend. What's that distance, Charlotte? You have the scale bars handy there somewhere? You've got your measurement tool, right?
1 inch equals 15 feet.
Oh, okay, so it looks like they extend somewhere in the neighborhood of, maybe 40 feet to the southeast. So it looks like there's, I don't know how many trees are here, but it looks like a dozen or so, and that are shown as part of the approved planting plan that hasn't been completed.
No, just there are trees right there. I'm not sure. I'm not explaining myself super well. So in the actual diagram that the approved plan, those were shifted south, probably have to fit in the plan, but those weren't the exact spots to be planted. And part of the approval meeting was have the arborist plant them basically where they could in an arrangement that he thought was a good arrangement, not linear, not like a nursery. So that is what is done. There's an error in the count. As I said, we shifted some that were south to the north. That was about 8 of them, something like that.
And where did those go? Did you say just to the north of the sports court? Yeah.
Yeah, so they were, as we moved the court 14 feet south, we just moved some of the trees that were south to the north to get
Charlotte, I think if you move to April 2nd, down by the garden, I think it's clearer. You're looking at a lot of shade when you the time of day was such that that's a very shaded area, but you can see that actually, in fact, there's lawn there. And that it was proposed that there would be replacement planting there, and I don't see it here.
Yeah, there's pine tree branches over that. If it's Chris came by too.
Well, Chris actually pointed that out as well to us. That's missing.
Yeah, and I can get some good pictures to show. We can put them in and have them go right up into the pine trees, but.
Well, I'm not suggesting that you do that, but it looks like there is space between the birch tree and the pine trees where you can put some trees, maybe not as many as are specified, but and again, that's deceptive, Charlotte, because you're looking at a time when that's in shade, and so you really can't clearly see that there's in fact lawn there. So
yeah, there was
No,
lawn.
I mean, it goes here. I was just trying to show that at least at this time of day, I don't know when this was taken. I'm just looking at the shade.
usually they say on these, don't they, what time of day it is?
Mm,
Well, anyway, I'm sure if you had shot it if it were shot at a different time of day, the shadows, like in this case, would be facing a different direction. So it looks like lawn to me. You've been out there. I mean, you should know.
Oh, no, it's
better
definitely,
than us whether
yeah.
whether you can walk from that bare
Mhm.
tree we see there to the pine trees, and approximately how far it is. Looks like it's probably 30 feet to me.
Mhm. No, it is indeed, as you can see, it is indeed lawn. I think,
And
it-
it was.
We're not suggesting that you plant them underneath or even amongst the pine trees, but there is room for trees there by the looks of it.
Yeah, we've hit the plant total. We've put them in random, and there was lawn there to start with. And it was really just things got pushed down on the diagram, but that wasn't the exact spot to plant them, as indicated in the approval meeting. Now, I don't know how long ago that was. So that was the.
Well, all you have to go on is what actually is shown on the approved landscape plan.
Well, we can go back to the tape where it was stated he would defer to Brendan, the arborist, and try and put them in the best places. And then when Steve came, he specifically said, don't cut branches just to make room to put those. Yes, you could squeeze some in, but I've already now bought more than the total plants and planted them. Replaced the ones that weren't doing as well, which is very few. So I'm not at the plant total, high plant total. We got it in the areas. There were never any trees in that spot. So we didn't take any trees from that spot.
so there was condition 52, which in part, said planting of fewer trees in the area in the 50-foot buffer wildlife easement due to unsuitable terrain shall require approval from the conservation agent. But,
Right now,
I'm not sure if it's just the way the condition was written. It was only really, it says in the specified area of the 50-foot buffer and wildlife easements, but I don't know if that implied the 100-foot buffer, but it does say planting of fewer trees in this area due to unsuitable terrain shall require approval from the conservation.
the 50-foot, right? And that was referring to the ledge.
Yeah, so that was in here, obviously from the,
Right.
the ledge. But yeah, I don't think it was talking about this area.
No.
Okay, so commissioners, any further questions? Comments?
No, no.
No.
Charlotte, you have anything further to say here?
With this in particular.
And no, just for the overall,
For the overall project, I have a few more
compliance.
notes, but it's the plantings outside the 100-foot buffer.
sorry, repeat that?
So the plantings out, I have a little bit more to say about the plantings outside the 100-foot buffer.
Okay, continue.
We do have a comment, in the chat. Do you want me to read it? Tom, he is accept.
Yeah,
Is-
why don't you finish what you're saying and we'll
Okay. Okay, all right, so for the plantings outside of the 100-foot buffer, that is this area here behind an existing fence and in front of the fence behind the solar panel and in front of the solar panel itself. So from the approved plan, and again, I'm going by the counts, a total of 25 trees in this area behind the fence were planted. They were mostly eastern red cedars, 21 eastern red cedars. 1 to 2 of them didn't look like they were doing so hot. And there were 5 white pine, 1 was dead. So in this area here behind the fence, there was a total of 20 trees on the plan that were approved to be planted, and 25 were planted versus 20. The species changes again were the eastern red cedar, so no pitch pine was planted. There were a few, I'm sorry, there were supposed to be equal amounts of white pine and eastern red cedar, but it was mostly eastern red cedar with a couple pine. On this side of the western side of the sports court behind the solar panel, I'm kind of grouping this in areas. Again, the tree count was, actually, no, sorry, it's this area, this, and then the shrubs here. So I'm actually counting the generating stuff outside the 100, the trees here, shrubs here, and shrubs and trees behind the solar panel. So the tree count for all of those areas was 25 versus 17 from the plan. Some of the taller trees may or may not have been existing that were there for a few years, but I counted 9 giant green giant arborvitae, 3 were behind the solar panel array, 4 white pine with 1 potentially existing, 1 red maple that was planted here, and 5 eastern red cedar, 2 American holly. So there were supposed to be 2 American holly in this area and cedars. And there was a Norway spruce that was non-native existing behind the solar panel, and 2 other pines that were identified by Skyline as Austrian pines behind the solar array. So this area here was supposed to have eastern red cedars. They were switched out for arborvitae, so that was in the count of 9 green arborvitae. This was supposed to be bayberry, but it was switched out with a grass instead of the and then finally down here, there were 4 bayberry here. There were actually 5 planted with some grasses around here. Some of the grasses might be in the 100. So those were the species changes and count changes. For the shrub count, there were 24, 20 here, 4 here. So there were 40 plus shrubs that were planted. Again, they were mostly planted around the generator and around here, and also around the pool. Around the pool, some of these shrubs I admit I could not identify, but they're not shown on the as-built. Sorry, they're not shown on the approved plan here, but there were grasses, shrubs, hydrangeas, and other plants that were planted all around the pool. I did not count the total amount of grasses because there were a lot of them, but it's over 30. And the only thing that is pending in terms of documentation, other than some of the items we discussed tonight, I had talked about this with the engineer. The long-term operation and maintenance plan needs to be signed and recorded by the Registry of Deeds prior to the issuance of a stormwater COC. Given the fact that we are enforcing this when it wasn't enforced in the past, we have done this contingent upon. So if the commission were to issue a COC for the stormwater permit, I could administratively issue it once I see the recording of the long-term operation maintenance plan being done. And then as our standard conditions, if COCs were to be issued tonight, the recommended ongoing ones are typically standard with most of our COCs. Number 40, no herbicides, pesticides, et cetera, to be used in any buffer zone or resource area. Anything outside should be low nitrogen fertilizer. Condition 41, for all plantings shall survive 3 full growing seasons or be replaced by the owner. And then condition 52 about pool BMPs, in terms of what we talked about earlier tonight. And that's also listed in the order of conditions. That's it.
All right, So before we address the question from the audience, I'd like you to show us a split screen of March 14th, 2020. And
March 14th.
March 14th, 2020. And April 3rd, 2021. I want to remind the commission and anybody that's watching of why we've gone through this laborious and, from my opinion, totally, no, I won't express that. I just want to show you what it looked like before, and the next step was to fail to get a permit and just move in here and start cutting in the 50-foot buffer. So this is what precipitated most of this. For those of you on the commission who weren't here from the very beginning on this. So this is one of the more egregious clear cuttings we've seen in town in a while, without any permits and no attempt to follow our bylaws. So that's what brings us here.
I had a walkthrough with Jeff Summers prior to doing this, so it wasn't nothing. I first reached out to him. We did a walkthrough. I have some emails that I could provide, thanking him, going over some of the things. And then I did make the mistake of thinking you clear, then get permits, and I did it backwards. So
yeah,
I didn't try and just not
You
notify.
thought you get the permit after you cleared? Is that what you said?
I did, but that was after a lot of back and forth with Jeff. And
Who's Jeff Summers?
it was
My predecessor.
a former
Oh.
position. Yeah.
Before me, got it.
And Steve Ivas was the interim agent. So Jeff Summers was the agent at the time of the permitting. Steve Ivas was the interim agent for summer 2021. And then I took over in fall 2021. Early fall.
Okay. So it looks like we're at the end of the road at this finally. Yeah.
We do have comments in the chat. Tom,
Okay.
do you want me to read
Oh,
them?
yeah, we do have some. Okay, yeah.
Okay.
Let's-
So saying, my name is Ted Carr. I live at 88 South Main Street. Are you accepting questions tonight? If so, I'll write my questions. I don't see questions yet, but there's 2 comments. Please do not approve this tonight. There are too many open questions. The night is late and I can request 5 minutes on your December meeting to ask my concerns.
Well, I think we've covered, he's not very specific about what he thinks is still open. I don't think that there's, I think we've been pretty comprehensive here. Unless you can think of something. Have we missed something, Charlotte, that you're aware of?
Oh, there's another comment. Tom, good question. This applicant has ignored your attorney and not appeared in more than a year. Please do not be a part of this commission who sets a bad precedent.
Yeah, well, it does set a, this whole thing sets a bad precedent for people who have been in various parts of town doing the same sort of thing. And, but Mr. Marchetti has addressed everything we've asked of him, from what I can see, unless you suddenly remember something that we've forgotten here. And he's done he's done an awful lot of work to restore the vegetation in the 50-foot buffer. It's going to take decades before it recovers fully, but I really don't see how he could do anything more to address this. Unless other commissioners may have a different perspective about that, and if they do, they should express it now, I think.
Tom,
Yes.
obviously what took place initially was very unfortunate, regrettable, but I think Mr. Marchetti has shown his willingness to work with us. He's put a lot of effort in to try and do the best he can as a non-professional horticulturalist. He's brought in plants from up and down the eastern seaboard, And I personally think he's done a very good job of trying to recover from a very unfortunate situation. So I'm quite happy with the efforts that he's made, and think that we probably should move on now. So,
Kathy, do you have anything you'd like to? You've been here since the beginning, Kathy, and have seen all this go down. So
Mhm.
I don't know whether you have some closing comments on this or.
Well, I agree with what was just said, that it was an unfortunate situation, but it does look like Mr. Marchetti has remedied it as best he could. And like you said, it's going to take a while to kind of get back to the way it was, but I agree. I don't see how much more he could do at this point.
Tom, we are getting more comments in the audience. Should we just promote this person to speak?
Let's hear from Will if he has a comment here.
I'm interested to hear what Mr. Carr says, since he keeps saying he has questions, but won't ask them. But also, Eric being the plant expert that he is, I believe in him, so I'm on board.
Okay. Valerio, this is your chance.
I'm sorry about that. My wife was speaking with me a second. Can you please repeat?
Yeah, I just wondered if you had any comments about before we move this project forward.
I don't believe so. No, I'm sorry. Please go ahead.
Okay, so let's give Mr. Carr an opportunity to speak then.
Yes.
Ted, you are muted. I don't know if you can hear us, but you're muted.
Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Hey, my apologies. I've been following this matter for some time, as you know, and I'm out of the country at the moment. Sorry, I'm not there with you. And I want to thank the applicant for being available. I know you've tried to get the applicant to appear. My only question is this. I think there's been so many concerns, and I don't know the significance of what plantings where. There are problems with this project. And I want everybody that owns a home in this town to be able to live and enjoy their home. This just seems way outside the normal. And my concern here is I have an older mother who lives in the area, and I live on Main Street, and I don't see the property, but my mother does, and the lights are bright. And that's where my concern came, because my mom, who is a Hingham resident, but was like, that's what's going on up there. Are you building a mall or something like that? I get it. I want people to be able to have their environment. I'm concerned that the applicant, I've been on every meeting, I think. I hope I haven't missed one, but my name should not be unfamiliar to most of you. And my point is this: there are rules in this town for a reason. And you're commissioners to protect everything in this town. And I think the rules have been bypassed here. And I encourage you to not just out of expedience to end this matter, end it only because it's been on your plate for almost 3 years. The problem is, if it exceeds 3 years, then the applicant is compliant. I think there's issues with this project that need to still be addressed. It's frustrating to me. Now, I'm relatively new to town, and thank you for listening. I've only been here 20 years. I have served in jobs like you guys. I think the applicant really does want to do the right thing here. but I think the rules have to not be bypassed. Mr. Eisenhower, I've read the notes. And I see what was written, and I see that the notes you all approved. It's very clear to me. So there should be no, I don't remember what we wrote. It's very clear. Please, commissioners, these are challenging projects, and frankly, I would never want your job. And I appreciate that the owner of the property is here tonight. I really do. Because everybody really should have the freedom to enjoy their property. That is not my concern. But there are rules in this town. And on this project, from everything that I have heard, I think the rules have been bypassed. And I just encourage you, because here's what I hear tonight. The commissioners want to do the right thing, and the applicant wants to do the right thing. Don't vote on this to approve it until everything is in order. Because it sets a
What,
bad
I don't
precedent.
understand what you're saying
But I
isn't in order. You haven't
appreciate
brought up
you
any
for- thank
specific
you all for
concern yet,
listening.
Mr. Carr.
Well, the one of the issues he brought up was the lights, and I would just say that we do not have jurisdiction over lighting. And I think it's a sad state of affairs that Cohasset is not a dark sky town. It's there's a lot of people that have landscape lighting and overly bright lights all around town. I don't like that, but we don't have any ordinance against that, so it's a moot point in this case.
But I would add,
Thank you for your comment, Mr. Carr. Some of us at least share your sentiment, but you need to understand that we have to stay within the contours of what we are charged with here. And in my opinion, Mr. Marchetti has satisfied the requirements that we've placed on him for remediation of the removal of vegetation in the 50-foot buffer, and in largely complied with this. There are a couple of details, none of which I see as being anything that would stop us from approving a certificate of compliance. And it sounds like all of the commissioners agree with me about that. So with that said,
sorry, Tom, if I can just add a few other points, and I'll just summarize them since I've already said them.
Sure.
But one thing I did want to touch on is, given the concerns with some commissioners who are not here tonight and some abutters, there was a concern that the sports court was moved partially in the 50-foot buffer. But Tom, do you want to kind of just summarize that based on the overlays that we looked at in the aerial imagery?
Yeah, do you have those files?
I do not, but
Okay.
I can
So
find them
that-
if you want to pull them up.
It'll take me a while to find them. Let me just.
I can find them in an email. I just have to pull up my emails.
Yeah, let me just summarize what I did.
So you want to share it?
I don't have it at hand.
No, I'm asking you for public record purposes.
Yeah, I don't think I've violated anything by doing this.
No, you haven't. it's a matter of public documentation.
Just is a matter of assurance that everything was located as per the plans. I georeferenced the approved plan and overlaid it on a near map image here to see that indeed the sports court is exactly where it's supposed to be. The garden was moved a little bit, but for the most part, all of the major elements that were approved, in fact, align quite well with reality, which is basically the satellite imagery. So in that sense, all of it is in conformance with the approved plans. Now, just again to repeat, we were overridden on our plan by our building inspector, by our interim agent, who might as well have been an agent for Putin, and our previous agent, who I'm surprised he even got out of the car to walk around this property. So this is what we inherited from some very inept town employees, and we've done the best we can to to correct the situation, but we were driven into this situation by some bad actors, let's say. Enough said about that. Charlotte, anything more to say on your part before I?
I'm just sharing the overlay that we had looked at from the.
Oh, yeah, okay, you found it. Good,
Mhm.
excellent, okay. So this is what I did to confirm that everything was in the right place, basically. Just took that blue line drawing and georeferenced it and laid it over the satellite imagery to confirm that, yes, the sports court was in the right place. Actually, it was rotated from the original plan, which I also made an overlay of. But this is what was required by the building permit. So it's in conformance with that.
And for reference, Tom, the blue overlay is what the approved plan was,
From the building permit.
and the green is the as-built site plan.
The green is what we approved. That's our original approved
Oh,
plan.
I see. Yeah, the green is closer to the property line. Thank you. Yep.
Pre-ZBA, and so
Mhm.
ZBA wanted it to be moved
Yes.
to be farther away from the property line.
Mhm.
The plan that was derived from that requirement is the blue.
Mhm.
plan.
Okay, so green for the audience and the commission's reference was the approved November 16th, 2020 site plan showing the sports court within 5 feet of the property line. This was not approved by zoning. After the commission had issued an order of conditions, the sports court was shifted south to maintain that 20-foot setback. So in other words, they did not grant a variance for that. And then the overlay shows the existing location of the sports court in relative location to the wildlife habitat easement and the 50-foot buffer line.
Yeah, that's an important point. The sports court lies outside of the 50-foot buffer.
Just barely, but yes.
And it's as good as a mile here. It's outside of it. That's what matters.
Oh, I meant this particular little corner.
Yeah.
Um,
you mean of the original?
Yes.
Yeah, there was a little bit of space between the 50-foot buffer and what we originally approved, but it looks like they needed to rotate about a degree clockwise to make it fit, and they did it. So.
And that was noted by the engineer in his COC report in the as-built, and the sports court did appear to be slightly narrower to accommodate that 50-foot buffer. So with that, that was just one of the common comments from commissioners and abutters. I'm not sure if any commissioners have follow-up questions, but I'll just reiterate some of the what I think are pending comments, and that's all I'm going to say, and then you guys can make your decision if you want to. So, you know, as the applicant had noted, he plans to redistribute the seed mix in the spring of 2023. So I will just note that the order, I think as of literally today or a few days, will expire. So if the commission is comfortable with that as an ongoing condition, that kind of encompasses condition number 41 of maintaining the plantings for 3 full growing seasons. That's your decision. The subsequent report, there was a November 11th, 2023 list that was provided recently to me. It just needs a few additional comments about the status of the plantings, which the applicant has said he'll provide. So that would be the subsequent report. Then, of course, in a year, we would need another report. And those types of reports are common for ongoing conditions. And then the third thing, which I know, I'm sorry, I'm not 100% clear on, but does the commission want any additional plantings in the 100-foot buffer as part of compliance for this project? That's the only really big pending item. I think the long-term operation and maintenance plan can be a contingent upon condition because we've done it for other permits, but that was really the big remaining question of the seed mix, the subsequent report details, a following report the next year, and replacing the dead trees, which the applicant said he will replace as part of that ongoing condition if it were issued. And then does the commission want more plants in the 100-foot buffer? Yes or no?
Speak. commissioners? Yes or no?
Two thoughts.
Okay,
I think the most important thing to do there is the seed mix. Whether it goes in now or goes in early in the spring, I think it doesn't make too much difference. But I think the future viability of that as a lovely wild area depends on that seed mix being viable and working well. Overall, I think I'm not in a position to say you need 5 more trees here and 5 less there. I think overall there's a great deal of planting that's gone on, and that Mr. Marquetti has diligently, to his best, tried to follow up on the objectives that we've agreed with him. So I'm satisfied with the current level of plantings.
Will,
Agree.
Kathy?
Well, I would agree with Eric. Some more seed mix to fill in and complement. I mean,
Okay, so you don't feel it's necessary to add any more trees?
I always think it's great when you have more trees, but to be honest, it's different when you're looking at the site plan. I would like to really make that decision to be on the property and look. So I'm not on the property and look, and Eric's a gardener, master gardener. So I take his, I go with his suggestion.
Okay.
Yeah.
I don't see the necessity of any more trees either. So our conditions then are standard conditions with an emphasis on getting that seed mix in and starting the clock for the 3 years when the seed mix goes in, Charlotte?
It was in last year.
You're muted. But
So, yeah, when usually it's kind of like a gray area here, but since the plantings were all installed within the last 2 years, some earlier than others, if, you know, I think if you started the clock with just 3 consecutive years of just monitoring the plants, that is fine. But in terms of the reports, you know, one has already been provided as of last year, and the second one, for the most part, has been provided for this year. So we would be waiting for one more. So that's kind of a confusing time point. Like, you know, if we were to issue the ongoing conditions of 3 full growing seasons, does that realistically just mean, I mean, in theory, the plants should be there. And if anything happens to them where they're removed without permission, other than just for the purposes of being replaced, I mean, it would need an additional permit. But in terms of the timeline, does the commission want pretty much just another year of monitoring with that subsequent report with the seed mix?
So
I mean, we'll still say ongoing condition of 3 full growing seasons, but just to kind of clarify.
right, but the starting point of that is the 2021. What's the starting year? It must have been.
The final plantings were all installed as of fall 2022.
Okay.
So in terms of all the planting work, it was done by fall 2022.
Clock starts. Right?
Mhm.
Okay.
Yeah.
So let's leave that in place as it is.
Mhm.
I'm sure that putting in that conservation seed mix to get more wildflowers out there will be pleasing to Mr. Marquetti, and he would do it regardless. So I'm not overly concerned about that either.
Mhm.
Okay, so our table is clear here. We're ready to go with a motion to issue a certificate of compliance for, so I move to issue a certificate of compliance for NOI. Hang on a second. Oop, I'm on the wrong page.
2019.
2019. Yes, right.
Yep.
Actually, we have a show cause hearing. The first thing to do is to make a motion to lift the show cause hearing. And then let's see, do we also have?
There's a stormwater permit too. So it'd be a COC for the order and the stormwater permit.
So why don't we have that on the agenda as such?
It's on there. It says NOI 2019 and stormwater permit 20-26, certificate of compliance for the show cause hearing.
Okay, I just didn't copy it right. Oh, yeah, okay. Oh, I see. Okay, yeah, right. Okay, so so I move that we lift the show cause, close the show cause hearing, and we'll deal with the next motion after we voted on this one. Right?
Okay. Second,
Will Ashton,
Will Ashton, I.
Kathy,
Kathy Berrigan, I.
Eric Eisenhower,
Eric Eisner, aye.
Tom Bell, aye. That passes 4-0-0. I'll also move that we issue a certificate of compliance for NOI 29. Do we do the stormwater and the NOI separately, Charlotte? I think we do, don't we?
We've done it together and separately. I don't know which one's right and wrong, but I'll just note that the stormwater COC should be contingent upon the long-term O&M plan being recorded, and then the order conditions COC for the conditions I would recommend for ongoing, would be 40, no herbicides, pesticides, etc. Number 41, 3 full growing seasons and replace the plantings. Number 50, oh shoot, I need the right number. So the pool BMP's condition.
Those are all part of our standard conditions, is that right?
Yes, we just have to state them in the motion.
All 50 of them?
No, the ones you want is ongoing conditions.
Oh, yeah, okay.
So the pool BMP's has a different number from this template, but yeah, we can do the 40, 41, the pool BMP condition, and then we did have the special condition reiterating the 59 in terms of the final planting, the purport shall be provided for pre-consecutive years. So 40, 41, the pool BMP one, and I will find the number for it, and 59.
Okay, so that's for the order of conditions.
Yep, that's for the order.
And the stormwater permit?
And the stormwater one just has a standard boilerplate. It doesn't really have any necessary ongoing
Okay, so we
conditions
can-
except.
Can we make a motion for the stormwater permit first?
Sure.
Or do we have to wait for the NOI to be done first?
We've done it together, whether or not that's right or wrong, I don't know, but.
Okay, let's do it together.
But the
So,
stormwater permit should be contingent upon just the recording the long-term O&M plan, which I can do administratively.
okay, so I move that we close the public hearing for NOI 2019 and stormwater permit 2026. Issue a certificate of compliance with the conditions of, now you got to get the numbers again, Charlotte.
Yep.
It doesn't.
So number 40, number 41, and I am sorry, the pool BMPs are actually not on the spoiler template. So it would be 40, 41, and 59 for the planting reports. For some reason, our pool BMP, I think this was an earlier template. So the pool BMP condition was made after this order was issued. So that one's not on here.
Okay. And the stormwater permit then would be, the only condition would be that it be registered on the deed.
Record the long-term O&M plan with the registry. Yeah.
Yeah, okay. Right. Right. Do we have a second?
Second.
Okay, we're going to vote. Will Ashton,
Will Ashton, I.
Kathy Berrigan,
Kathy Berrigan, I.
Eric Eisenhower,
Eric Eisner, aye.
Tom Bell, aye. That motion passes 4-0-0.
All right. Thank you, guys. Appreciate your time. Sorry it's a late night.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Eric, you lower the water so the tiles don't freeze and crack in the pool.
You're right.
Oh,
You're right. Thank you.
All right,
I remember that now.
they didn't do that in Austin.
You're right about that. Yeah. Yeah.
All right, thanks.
All right.
Thank you.
Good
Well,
night.
All right.
So we'll move on now to consider 3 certificates of compliance.
Oh,
First
geez.
is certificate of compliance for NOI 2322 at 22 Gammons Road. This has been continued from November 2nd.
Okay. And I'm promoting Brad Holmes, who will initially present the COC request, and I can follow up. Hi,
Charlotte,
Brad. Sorry.
let me just, it is now 10:15.
I know.
We're not going
Yes.
on forever.
No.
I know.
We'll give you I'll give you 5 minutes.
Yeah.
Okay. Brad, can you do it in under 5?
For sure. Good evening,
All right.
members of the commission.
Good evening.
If you remember this project, we had an RDA that turned into an NOI for the removal of 10
Yep.
trees.
Yep.
The 10 trees were removed, as we discussed. The black oak logs were relocated. For 4 of the trees to the southern portion of the site, the mitigation plantings were planted per the plan with an as-built plan and a completion report submitted to the commission. So it's my opinion that the proposal that we presented to the commission has been completed as described, and I'll leave it at that under 5 minutes.
Excellent.
All right.
Any
And
questions,
really the
commissioners?
only, so the as-built was submitted by Brad, final report submitted, trees cut down, everything planted. The special condition was that the felled tree biomass will be left on site, where a distribution plan is reviewed and approved by the commission. That was done. We issued the order. The following meeting, they came up with a distribution plan. We agreed on a compromise to put not all, but some of the felled tree biomass behind their existing boathouse. So that was complied with. The only deviations that I'll note is the applicant actually planted more plants than what was required. 1 additional eastern red cedar was planted in the 50-foot buffer and only 4 were required. 1 American holly was planted in the 100-foot buffer, and then all other plants were installed per plan. All dead trees were removed, the ones that were proposed to be removed. And if the commission were to issue a COC, I would recommend conditions number 40 and 41, no herbicides, etc., and all plantings shall survive 3 full growing seasons or be replaced.
I move that.
Can I make a motion to? Oh,
Go ahead.
go ahead.
Go ahead.
No, can I make a motion to issue a certificate of compliance for NOI 2322 with ongoing conditions 40 and 41?
Second. Will Ashton,
Will Ashton, aye.
Kathy Berrigan,
Kathy Berrigan, I.
Eric Eisenhower,
Eric Eisner, aye.
Tom Bell, aye. That passes 4-0-0.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Thank you.
Thanks,
Good night.
Brad.
Thanks.
Hang with us, Eric. Your eyes are drooping, but I know you.
I only have one thing to say about that. To me, this shows the value of compromise. You know, we could have been very hard on this in terms of trees and removal of this stuff and all that. And we worked out a compromise with Brad and the owners and all, and we had a successful conclusion because of that compromise. All right. And everyone walks away happy. Everyone walks away having won. And that's the way we should operate as often as possible. I think it's important.
I'll remind you that I believe it was Valerio that offered that, the outline of that compromise.
Good.
So,
Well done.
I was proud of myself for days.
I think we have to compromise on that photograph, though. It looks like he just got back from Florida.
Yeah.
I have a suit on in that, I think.
That's
Okay. Okay.
Don't worry.
Moving right along before Eric falls asleep.
Yeah. Boy, it's getting late.
We're going to consider a certificate of compliance for NOI 1910 at 573 Jerusalem Road.
Okay, and I'm pulling up the, promoting the applicant and Greg Morse if he's still awake. Hi, Joe. Sorry for the late evening. So this is a 2019 storm order of conditions that was issued for a different edition from the one we just looked at tonight. So with that, I'll just quickly pull up the as-built, and really the only deviation was that the as-built was just slightly smaller than approved. It was supposed to go out to this point right here. So they just built it a couple feet further in. So the engineer calculated about a 73 square foot reduction in the approved size. These landscaping changes or hardscaping changes were noted probably after the project was built based on aerial imagery, but there was just a shell walkway that was removed here and replaced with granite stepping stones. There was some HVAC units added, and then the small patio here just may have been slightly reconfigured. And then there was a retaining wall. It's already existing. It was just bumped out a little bit here. The engineer just said the work is only partially within the 100, so it's no work occurred in the 50, which is this red line, but would not have a negative impact on the wetland resource areas given the existing conditions before the addition was built. So if a COC were to be issued, I would recommend the same standard condition of no herbicides, number 40, There were no proposed plantings with this project, so number 41 may not be applicable unless the commission just wants to issue it, but number 40 is no herbicides.
Commissioners, any questions?
No.
Comments?
No.
Will, you want to have another shot at it?
Yeah, let's do it. I move to issue a certificate of compliance for NOI 19-10 with ongoing condition number 40.
Second,
Second.
we're going to vote. Will Ashton,
Bill Ashton, aye.
Kathy Berrigan,
Kathy Berrigan, I.
Eric Eisenhower,
Eric Eisner, aye.
Tom Bell, aye. That motion passes 4-0-0. Finally,
Thank you, Joe. Sorry for the late night.
Did we beat the prior record?
Yes.
Yes.
Not at
finally,
all.
we're going,
Thank you, Joe.
we're going to consider a certificate of compliance for NOI 20 -08 and stormwater permit 2018 at 90 Black Horse Lane, which has been continued from November 2nd. Eric, stay awake.
All right, so we have, where'd he go? We have Sean and Greg, and based on our previous conversations, the commission had some concerns with some of the activity in the 50-foot buffer, so Sean has proposed a solution. So Sean, with that, I'll turn it to you.
Do you have that plan that you can pull up, or do you?
Oh, geez, yes, I should, hold on.
I can share it. I've got it. I can pull it up if you'd like to.
Not everyone interfere with your band.
Can you do that, please, Sean? I'm sorry, I'm literally losing brain cells as we speak.
You want me to try it?
Yes, please.
Oh, man, I'll give it a try. Let's see if it works, you guys. You see it at all?
Yes.
Okay, wonderful. Well, it might be the first thing that works here on the computer tonight. Okay. Okay, so issues we had, there were two dead, like 4-inch caliper black walnut trees. I know, I've been listening all night, you guys. No work in the 50, no, even if they're dead, even if they're full of invasive vines, even if they're on fire, don't touch them, I get it. But we did touch them, or I didn't technically touch them, but somebody did touch them. I'd sent some photos in that you guys should have seen, and it's really the trees covered in bittersweet vines. There was landscape lighting that had been placed underneath and uplighting the walnut tree. And then that was one of the discussions. And the other discussion was whether or not we should have trees in this 50 to 100, which was a utility area for all the generator, air conditioning condensers, electrical units, everything else, pool and spa equipment. So I think if I'm summarizing that, I'm trying to move quickly to you guys. So I wonder if I'm summarizing that well enough for you. But in considering that, what we had proposed is certainly take the landscape lighting fixtures out from underneath the walnut tree. The other thought was if we are required to replace some trees that we had shown graphically, that's where it gets a little funny. We showed them graphically as screening to the next door neighbor, not intending for those to be mitigation plants or to be required. They end up on the engineer's plan with kind of a stock note saying refer to landscape architect's plan for plantings. But if it's an evergreen tree, it's 6 to 8 feet. If it's a desert tree, it's 3 to 4 inches. Us not knowing that they're required, we still got several in, but we didn't get the number that we had in here. So we believe that there are 7 in this area that are still what you may consider missing, you may or may not consider missing. And what we were proposing is if we need to do those 7 or are required to, we cannot fit them in here. And we've also got an access easement for the Conservation Trust that precludes us from planting them in here, this 12-foot easement. So we were proposing to get them as close to the 50-foot buffer as we can, but in the 50-foot buffer, which again, I'm hearing a lot tonight saying, even if you're putting in the most beautiful native plants in the 50, don't put them in. So hopefully things may change over time with that to try to actually maintain our 50s. And especially the meadow fact, it's really just going to become a scrub and woodland at that point. We're going to lose our meadow if we don't maintain it. But those were the biggest things I think that we were talking about. And so we had proposed to put those as close to the 50, so we're not deep into the 50. We have shrubs here we have a handful of shrubs in here already that are native. We have 46 shrubs that were planted just outside the 50. Maybe some may have touched the 50. Half a root ball might be in the 50. Half a root ball might be out of it. They're all inkberry and summer sweet clethra. We're showing over here. So there's a question as to, isn't that a good thing or is that a bad thing to plant native shrubs so close to the 50? I don't know. So we had proposed that to keep these and then also add these other trees. In our opinion, and I know it's not necessarily your opinion, the two small dead walnut trees covered in Asian bittersweet vine removed are more than made up for with all of the native shrubs that we planted. And that's what our opinion is. Obviously, it's not necessarily yours, but hopefully I've summarized it closely enough for you, and we can talk about it certainly.
Commissioners. Well,
I'm not sure where we start. Sean, could you take us through item by item once again, please?
Okay, so these two trees, and I have pictures of those. They were a couple of, let me see if you can see these.
Actually, Sean, the pictures of the trees are probably going to be not irrelevant. They were trees that were in the 50. They were cut down by a landscaper.
Yep.
Yeah.
And we're going to want to see them replaced.
You want to see them replaced with live trees. And I'm not being facetious when I say that.
Yeah.
The value could,
live trees.
I can give you 2 for
Healthy
1,
trees.
4 dead trees.
Native trees.
What's that?
Live, native, healthy.
Native.
Yeah. Check those 3 boxes.
Eric, there were landscape lighting fixtures at the base of the tree, and the commission was talking about wanting to have those removed. So our proposal is to remove them, and that's pretty clear,
I have no problem with that.
right? And then so
It's not my decision. Yeah, I Tom, why don't you weigh in? All right.
Well, I'm not a fan of lighting of any kind except
nor am
inside
I.
my house. So
I'm going to shut this light off right now. Then Tom, it's dark.
you can see it's pretty dark behind me. So yeah, we don't run a porch light, none of that stuff.
Okay, well, some folks do like to see and they actually value that walnut tree and
So anyway, yes, I'm all in favor of removing the landscape lighting out of the 50-foot buffer.
and then we had a question of whether or not those are really required trees or truly required from a plan that was submitted. It wasn't labeled. We put 7 of them in that you kind of see right in here. Now I know that extends beyond your 100, but those were the ones that were actually shown on the plan also. So there was a reference to the 14. They were actually extended beyond the 100, but they were on the graphic, which is really a little bit of a point, is we weren't really considering them to be mitigation trees, but they ended up there somehow. So we're proposing that there's no way to put them in here. It's just too difficult. We can't put them in this easement. There is, there's a bigger discussion to be had. I know there's the Conservation Trust actually representative from there came and met with the homeowners just recently and said, you need to keep this clear for me to come down here. This thing is full of bramble and everything else. And they need to leave a parking spot on their property, but they also need to leave an access way right along in here. If you can see my cursor,
Yeah.
The access way in order to get onto Supper Island and to be able to review it. I think there might be other ways on it, but there's some legal documentation. I sent it over to you, Charlotte. I haven't been able to read it because I didn't get it in my hands until 9.
Yes, I'm sorry. I'm reading it right now. I was just looking through the prohibited activities. I don't know if it's better to pull it up after you're done explaining everything.
Exactly. And I don't know what you're going to gain from that, but this is a place where we can't start adding a bunch of evergreen trees. And we wouldn't mind it, but we actually can because there's a 12-foot easement there. And there's this big chunk of ledge that is, they're working around, get past it. So it's pretty restrictive as it is already. This is all just meadow area that's getting overgrown with, as you would expect, multiflora rose, bramble, and bittersweet, buckthorn. This is actually some existing trees on and off the property, and there's actually a bit of a grove right here that don't really show up on a base map, so to speak. But just to give you some also background on something we hadn't even discussed yet, is that they were kind of complaining that they couldn't get through there and get down over and across those couple little bridges that lead onto Supper Island.
Yeah.
Which is, in Supper Island in itself is pretty much impassable, really. Other than some kids building a couple forts, apparently, and at some point I think somebody started a fire over there or something like that. So it's just one more headache for these homeowners to deal with, I think.
So Supper Island is not open to the public, is that right?
It's not, it's private.
Is it considered private, Eric?
Private property, but it's held in trust.
But Conservation Land Trust, Cohasset Conservation Land Trust or Trust.
Yeah, but it's not accessible by the public.
No, I don't think so. I don't think anybody's supposed to be over. They have to, the powers have to leave a parking space on their property as well as leave access in this 12-foot wide easement in order to access down. And the property goes quite a distance down to the south there and over onto the island, right to the edge of it.
But Sean, you're being requested to open up the access path.
I don't know if they were, I think they just kind of complain that it's a real strong thicket, and I think that in the future the powers are probably going to be faced with somebody asking them to make a pathway through here. So I'm not sure how they're supposed to approach you about that, or is there something there? It's not really a part of this discussion because we're not proposing anything, but at some point somebody's going to ask them to leave a pathway or make a pathway over.
I believe, Sean, we are allowed to do normal low-level maintenance in the buffer zone. I believe that's in our regulations. Correct me if I'm wrong, Tom. But it's not clear cutting.
I've never heard that the Conservation Trust has any exemption from the wetlands bylaws.
The only thing I would note is that, again, any activity that remove, dredge, fills, or alters in a buffer zone or resource area subject to jurisdiction requires the filing of a notice of intent or possibly an RDA if the activities are minor. So if the easement, for example, were to be fixed in the future for whatever reason, any activity that falls within those 4 legal buzzwords will need approval from conservation regardless of easement status. That's all I'm gonna say.
You probably remember
But Charlotte, there is an article referring to regular maintenance.
Yes.
Right. No. I was just, I was just noting, like, if they were to build a sidewalk or anything.
Just to allow people to access there. I'm not talking about clear cutting. I'm not talking about chopping down trees, but I'm doing a pathway so that the people can get down, I think is allowed. Now, I think they should obviously get your approval or at least advise you of it, Charlotte, in the future.
Perhaps you remember a case we had with the Conservation Trust on the Ware River Farm, their pasture. Where they didn't think they needed a permit to submit an NOI. In fact, they did. And so I think we're on solid ground here when we say that, yes, that all those bylaws still apply.
Right.
And as far as clearing it so people can get down there, well, the fact is that it's essentially private property.
Yeah, correct.
So that's an oxymoron to think that
but
needs to get down there.
If
something written in where they have to allow for access and even a parking spot on their property for
people that can't use it anyway.
Yeah, well,
that's good. Yeah,
agent for the Conservation Land Trust, whatever entity that is. I don't know, Tom. Since I'd just seen this stuff real briefly as it came across my email a little while ago.
So here's the thing about this cluster of brush and trees that you've got there on Plan North in the 50-foot buffer. And I don't see any reason why you should do that. If you're just trying to make up for the fact that the utility area, which I don't think was part of the approved plan, has prevented you from actually carrying out the approved plan, which had plantings there. Planting in the 50 is kind of the wrong way to look at how you might make up for that loss of vegetation that we had specified. So I don't think that putting those trees in the 50 is a good idea.
Okay.
And if those inkberries are indeed on the right side of the line, fine. If they are not, then they shouldn't go in.
The ones that are in right now, the shrubs that are in right now.
Yeah.
If they're,
So again, you know, we're trying to not set not yield on the 50-foot buffer any more than we absolutely have to, and I don't see any compelling reason yet, unless you can make one that this benefits the entire town, or there's some reason you should get a variance here. It's rare and unusual conditions or a situation where we do have the liberty to issue a variance, but in this case, this is for the private use of the landowner, and so I don't see any reason to grant a variance to put those in.
no, it's okay.
And
positive to have a native plant, even sometimes in place of where there was a invasive plant.
Yeah.
I understand the principle of saying, yeah, but if we can, the more we can stay out of the 50, the better. Although I do think long term, you even brought it up earlier, removal of invasives in the 50 is right now not considered to be allowed, but I think long-term management succession of something like this, and I realize that's not just a discussion for this project, Tom.
Yeah,
and I think it's a larger
no, I mean, you're right. I mean, I think that ultimately we should have the ability for ecological restoration that enables us to address invasive species.
Yeah,
we currently do not have that, so we're kind of still stuck in the 1980s mode here. When this was, I think it was 1980s when most of these original bylaws were drafted. So that's where we're at. So that gets back to the meadow too. We don't want to see that any mowing.
Right.
And Charlotte suggested that perhaps a couple of conservation markers on that 50-foot buffer line to remind everybody, don't go out there with your mower, because we're going to see it on Nearmap and we're going to call somebody in.
Okay. So markers, we had chatted about that.
Yeah.
Last couple of weeks when I've been talking with Charlotte, about.
Yeah. So we really don't. I know that, and it kind of drives me crazy. That indeed, bittersweet and garlic mustard and all the
I know.
wort and all those evil things are going to start growing out there in that meadow, but currently we do not have an adequate mechanism to first of all keep people, to allow people to get into the 50 without a notice of intent, and we really don't want to set a precedent where, hey, they did it so I can do it.
I get it. I get that it's the difficult.
So I'd really like to work towards changing that, but we haven't changed it. So
yep, and I get that that's difficult then if you don't have the mechanism. How do you treat that in each condition or each situation, each property? I do get that. It's just that it's so counter to what it should be.
I know.
Burn it. I'm sorry, I'm from Iowa. You either burn it or you cut it back in order to maintain the meadow and make it healthier, and maintain that essentially a bioregion, right? So it's it's the opposite of what you would do if you wanted to enhance a meadow. But I understand that your hands are tied in that way. I do get that.
Yes.
I get that. So you would propose then for any shrubs proposed placed in there currently new shrubs that currently, whether they go over the 50 by a couple inches or not.
I don't think the precision of the survey of the original wetlands, those flags are what,
Oh, yeah,
10 yards apart, so, we're not talking about inches. If you're in by a couple of feet, yeah, I don't like that, but we probably know where that 50-foot buffer line is, plus or minus 10 feet.
Yeah, plus or minus a little bit. So maybe any shrubs that are in by a handful of feet come out of there, and we'll use them on site somewhere. But when we talk about the trees, then don't put the trees in there.
No.
Put in 2 new trees for the other trees that are, make sure they're alive and they're not dead black walnuts, as I proposed with new bittersweet on them.
Yeah, you probably don't want to plant exactly where they were because walnut poisons the soil.
Yeah, walnuts too.
Yeah, so
We'd move them.
yeah. Those are my only feelings about this. Maybe Eric and Will or Kathy have
Okay.
opinion here. So here's your chance, you guys. Weigh in. So
Will's shaking his head. I don't know about
I
Kathy.
was just reading the
comment.
easement that you guys were talking about.
Yeah.
That's all.
yeah. So it looks like we might need something like a different plan here from you, Sean, to that doesn't show that shows the trees you're going to put in, shows the trees you're not going to put in, indicate where these conservation markers go, and it should be a slam dunk next time around.
Okay, so don't try to jam too many trees up there in the north as we're talking, and don't put them in the 50.
Yeah.
Concentrate on the other 2 and make sure the other shrubs are pulled out of it, give or take a foot or 2 or something like that. Be reasonable, right?
Yeah, right.
Okay.
And pull out your landscape lights.
Yep.
And
okay,
probably good there. Obviously, we're not going to make you tear out the utility area and replace it.
Yeah.
That would be over the top. So, but next time, we hate to see these things where we suddenly find there's things have been moved around without us receiving some sort of change order or a request for an amended conditions or whatever. And these, our contractors sometimes are just, they do what they want to do.
I hear you, Tom. The pickle on the utility area, sometimes utilities are not isolated on a plan at the date of when all these plans are done. So there's almost always anymore. It feels like there's almost always a generator. There's almost always 3 or 4 ACs, if you can believe that, how much. And if there's equipment, there ends up needing to be places for that. And with the house located where it is, we can't place those way out to the front of the house.
Well, that's true. All I'm saying is that when there is a substantial change like this,
you
need to come back to us and we find a solution.
Understood.
We always do.
Well, yeah. Okay.
Yeah, it's just a matter of keeping us in the loop and making sure that your order of conditions is current. And at the end of the day, when we get a request for a certificate of compliance, we don't find that there's either nibbles or big bites out of what we've approved.
Yeah.
Better to know in advance and have a conversation about it and arrive at something that may not make everybody happy, but works.
It's good. I don't disagree.
Okay, so you're gonna continue this until?
Another late night for you, Sean, but 12/7 is our only option for 2023.
Even them on December 7th for this. I don't know that it's as pressing. Because I know that they're trying to get, that they would try to get the trees in prior. I know we're still planting, no question, but I don't know they're going to try to get the trees in. The only question I might ask is if this gets pushed into next year, Charlotte, because that's where we're going after hearing about what December 7th is looking like. And thank God Eric's still awake. I can tell he's still awake. But if that's the case, we would hold off on planting those 2 trees, right? But
Till the spring.
maybe, I guess, and I guess you can pick this January, but if it makes sense, if we can get a crew to move any of those shrubs that are in the ground right now, is that something we should consider, excuse me, doing
Delicious.
by the end, or is that a mistake, Tom?
You know, again, if your map is even remotely accurate here, they're probably fine.
Most of the ones against the wall.
If you strayed in by 3 or 4, maybe 5 feet, then maybe it's not so good. But
No,
we're not gonna go out there and with a GPS and
I think
and bust you because it's 5 inches in or something, you know, or a foot inside the 50-foot buffer.
Oh, I think those are good, Tom. There's a few along that north property line with the next door neighbor that we placed along there that were inkberry and clethra, you know, again, native shrubs that probably are in the neighborhood of where I'm showing them right now. Not all of them, but there's like 5, 6 in there, and then they go back to right at the 50. So if it makes sense to move those 5 or 6 right now, we could probably
I think it does.
move them to the front yard someplace, and then we don't have anything more. That is unless you're gonna come back and tell us to put those big trees in there, which I don't think you are. Once we
Big trees, huh?
the trees that I have clustered up there by the utility area.
Oh, yeah.
Tom?
No, we don't want to see those.
So
Tom, you're about to lose me, and when you lose me, you lose the quorum.
No.
So, gentlemen,
from now,
it's been a great evening.
Eric, we have one more thing to discuss.
You have to discuss it without me.
All right.
Do you want
I can.
for me to sit in for Eric Eisenhower? I can.
You can. Sean, you're on. What is it we have to talk about?
All right. So, Sean, continue to 12/7 and we'll figure it out later.
Yeah,
let's just do that.
Between then and you continue us on to January.
Okay, let's do that.
Let's talk.
All right. Last but not least, I'll be very brief, Eric. So I am not going through all my business. And Sean and Greg, thank you again. Have a great night. Sorry it was a late one.
Stop
the only thing I will say for agent updates, I am pushing everything off. December business meeting. I talked about this with a few commissioners. Since we're not having a 12/21 meeting for any public hearings, we thought it was a good idea to schedule like a 2-hour business meeting to just kind of finish some of the orders of conditions templates, maybe come up with a template for RDAs, discuss violations. And I do not want to put the regulations on this meeting, but we can probably maybe just talk about it a little bit, but I can send an email about that. But the only thing I wanted to ask you guys is 1, do you want to do it? And 2, would December 14th or some time in December before the holidays obviously work for you guys?
It does for me.
Okay. Eric, Will, Kathy, does that sound like a good idea? Does that sound like unnecessary or?
I think Thursdays are out going into the holiday. December,
Okay.
I won't be going to any meeting on Thursday. And then I have all the CPC and other meetings popping up after the town meeting, all these follow-ups on what we've been voting on and the big projects. So Wednesdays are often out, and so are Tuesdays with these other things going on. So let's, but you don't need me. You have lots of other people. All right.
Okay. So
Talking about a night
before
or
you
a
leave,
day?
Eric, we should agree to vote on a date though. So Eric, it's okay if you can't make it, but these are the dates. December 7th would be our last meeting of the year. So does any of this, maybe the following week, does any of these days, Monday through Friday, work for you guys? Preferably not on a Friday,
Nighttime or
but
daytime?
anytime, whatever works for you guys.
So
I
you're
don't
not,
have I don't have my calendar. Go ahead and do it without me. All right.
Okay, Eric, we just
do
have to
that
vote
on-
on it, so we need a quorum for it.
Yeah,
Sorry.
I can vote on it now, but you have you have Chris and you have the two Chris's and all that who are very important. It's important they be involved.
Okay, I'm just saying we have to physically vote on it. So Tom, do you want to just vote on it on December 7th? Or do we want to pick a date right now randomly and then just
Let's just
figure out
pick
a time?
let's just
How about
pick
the
a-
14th,
yeah, let's-
14th,
Let's just pick a random, yeah,
the
that's,
Thursday?
14th is
Thursday
fine.
evening, 14th. Does that work for you guys? Will, Kathy, Eric, we understand if you
Yeah.
can't make it?
Yeah, that's fine.
Yeah, all right. Can we vote on it quickly before Eric falls asleep?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
yeah, okay. So that requires a motion to, so I propose a motion to meet for a business meeting on Thursday, December 14th, 2023 at 7 PM.
That's fine.
Okay.
Second.
Will
right.
Ashton,
Will Ashton, I.
Kathy Berrigan,
Kathy Berrigan, I.
Eric Eisenhower.
Let me just say, we'll have an agenda for the meeting in advance, I hope, Tom?
Yes,
Yeah.
agenda in advance, yes.
Yeah. Eric Eisner, aye.
All right,
That passes 4-0-0.
all right, thanks,
Good night,
guys.
Eric.
Have a wonderful meeting or evening. I'm
You hung in
sorry
there.
it was late.
Thank you. Great evening.
All right,
Thank you very
take
much.
care, guys.
Thank
Thank you,
See you
Tom.
next
Charlotte.
time.
Thank you, everybody.
Thank you,
Bye.
Charlotte.